Check one, check two, check one, check two, check one, check one, check two.
Got his microphone.
Going to get him lined up.
From the base of the San Jacinto Mountains on the Soboba Indian Reservation, this land has proven to be a haven for the toughest warriors over time. But tonight, we have a different type of warrior. House of Pain Promotions, along with Robert Garcia's House of Champions, presents War on the Empire 3. I'm Ramblin' Ralph. Alongside of me, the CEO of House of Pain Promotions, David Trujillo and Jason Vincent. And first with you, David, what is your mission here in San Jacinto with House of Pain? We've already had a bunch of shows here, and they keep going, they keep getting stronger. What is our mission here for War on the Empire?
Well, our mission, Ralph, is we started off with the mentorship program with the kids. So we turn around and we level them up. We run about 150 mentorship kids per month. Robert Garcia runs probably about 200 a month. So this is a base where we turn around and we bring the kids up, we level them up through the amateurs, and then we bring them to the pros, and then this is the format for these guys here in the IE. Now here in the IE, we don't have that many promotions. So we decided to go ahead here with a partnership with Soboba Casino on native land, because we're native as well. So we want to bring this up here. We want to bring our natives up. We want to bring our local community up, and we want to bring our mentorship kids up. Everything revolves around the mentorship. So they start with the mentorship all the way to the pros, and then it goes right back into the mentorship.
All right, that's awesome. And now with you, Jason, you've been here before. You actually commentated on the card before. You've been in boxing heavily all over the West Coast, actually all over the country, dealing with WBF. What does this mean for boxing in this area to keep having shows like this every 4, 5, 6 weeks and having these young kids get an opportunity? Because right now, boxing, I'm just going to be honest with you, it's a little stale right now. All over the country, the cards are kind of diminishing, and this is very important here because these kids get an opportunity.
Yeah, you know, Dave and his team with House of Pain Promotions, first of all, I'm honored and grateful to be here, represent House of Pain Promotions. WBF is very grateful, but these events like this are needed. With his mentorship program and building the kids up from the amateurs and getting them into the baseline pro level, and then hopefully on up from there is so very important. I'm from Las Vegas, Nevada, and we talked about this earlier. It's kind of old school Vegas, the fight capital of the world. You get them from the amateurs, you get them into the 4-rounders, you build them into the 6-rounders, and up and up and up. But it gives a chance for the kids to show their talents, develop. Nice, beautiful, clean casino, great promotion, great production, high-level event, and you know, you just got to be honored and grateful to be a part of this event. And I'm very proud of Dave and House of Pain Promotions for doing this, because it reminds me of boxing at the boat, or the old Aladdin, or the Hacienda, where we had fights every other weekend.
Yep. And I got to tell you, with me working in Vegas, I got to tell you, David, it's been awesome here to see what you're doing. These kids are gonna go back one day and say, man, I can't believe I fought on 5 of those cards or 6 of those cards. Buckle up, guys. It's War on the Empire 3. Thank you for being here, David. We got Chop Gonzalez still gonna be joining us on the broadcast. Ramblin' Ralph, Jason Vincent. It's gonna be an awesome night of boxing 10 fights coming and one special amateur exhibition coming up. Don't miss it, man. Buckle up. Let's go. War in the Empire 3.
And remember this, like I always say, ain't nothing to it but to do it.
That's right, baby. Let's go.
Thanks, guys. We're good. Let's call that first fight out, baby.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the Saboba Casino Resort, San Jacinto, California. This is War in the Empire 3, brought to you by House of Pain Promotions and Robert Garcia's House of Champions. Before we begin our pro card, a special exhibition amateur attraction, 3 rounds of boxing. Introducing first from Moreno Valley, California, Ryan Heraldo. And his opponent, boxing out of the red corner, from Temecula, California, Little Hondo, Irie Salazar. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a special 3-round exhibition attraction. Introducing first, boxing out of the blue corner, representing Robert Garcia Boxing Academy from Moreno Valley, California, Ryan Heraldo. And his opponent, boxing out of the red corner, representing House of Pain Youth Boxing Mentorship from Temecula, California, Little Hondo, Irie Salazar. 3-round special amateur exhibition. Goes in my ears. I think we're going to be live, but we're going to go through with it like I can hear what's going on. Jason, Vincent, Chop Chop Gonzalez, Chop Chop, welcome, man, to the broadcast. We're going to have you here all night, bro. I don't know if you can hear okay or not, but we are rolling. It's good to have you here.
Thank you guys for having me. Yeah, I'm very excited. A lot of people, I feel like, underestimate these amateur fights, and especially kids. But these kids, it seems that they never get tired. They throw a lot of punches, and it's a blessing to be here, man. Thank you guys for having me.
When you guys were able to do some of these cool shows, like the pro shows, when you were an amateur still, was it extra special? Because you guys fought a lot in high school gyms, elementary school gyms, all over the place. Was it really cool? This sometimes got to be cool for you guys.
When I was fighting the amateurs, we didn't get to have this kind of opportunities, you know. We didn't get to, like, even the way they walk out with music and things like that. We didn't get that opportunity. So now that they're starting to do that, I think it's a big step up in the sport. You know, I think it's a big motivational thing for the kids as well, because now it's something that's like, oh man, they almost feel like a pro. You know, they're coming out with the music. They're fighting on an undercard where a lot of professionals are going to be fighting. So I think it makes them, it gives them more motivation for them to even want to stand out even more. You know, because now they got a big crowd and things like that. So like I said, I didn't get this opportunity, but I think it's a great sport into the amateurs. Well, we got some good back and forth action right here. Little Hondo out of the red corner, walking him down, walking forward, pushing him back. You see his face, man. Great poker from these kids, the kids, but they already look like killers, I know. You see his face.
I pointed out to Jason when they were walking down. I mean, these guys are pretty serious.
One of them was smiling. There we go. I hear you guys now. One of them was smiling walking to the ring, and I'm like, geez, this kid's real.
Of my fights, he's also had some training at our gym, as well, refereeing some of the sparrings and things like that.
Correct.
And it's I think it's a great thing to see, like you said, kind of fighting to get to referee, to be able to referee this fight, because it's like this guy is hungry to continue to learn in his job, to be able to take care of these kids, be able to take care of future pros down the line. I think it's great for boxing. It's because at the end of the day, it could be a really gruesome sport. It could be tough, and I'm glad to be able to see that there's referees here that really take their job serious and want to be the best referees that they could possibly be.
Chop coming with the heat already in first fight. I told him the other day, I said, look, if you want to do this, let's do it. And I'm telling him, a lot of the fighters that can transgress from fighting to doing the broadcast, being behind the mic, man, it's a whole nother career for these guys. A la Sean Porter, a lot of guys that are doing it right now.
But I'm going to be honest with you. By me doing play-by-play made me a better fighter, made me a better coach, made me a better a referee. I've refereed over 600 amateur bouts and judged over 1,000 amateur pro bouts, because you're looking at it at a different angle and you're breaking things down. You see it at a different angle. Chop, we all grow, we all learn. You might learn something tonight. You never know. You might see something tonight that you can put into your toolbox or your tool chest and use in the future.
No, for sure. And one thing is I love boxing. I just love the sport and the environment. So when it comes down to, like, normally I'm always here as a guy that's fighting. Now being able to have this opportunity where I can come and watch the fights and be able to commentate, it's like he says, my second time, and I'm new to this, but I'm watching boxing fights every weekend, and I'm commentating with my wife all the time because, she doesn't really watch boxing. So I'm breaking down what's going on, things like that. So. And then I think a lot has to do with it. I drank a coffee before I came here, and they got some good coffee here in this casino.
They do.
Got my mind going.
They got a lot of good stuff in this casino. So
well, we got 10 bouts to go, so save some of that.
Right.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. And what I'll do is after the fourth or fifth one, I'll let you guys go at it. You guys can become a tandem. I'll start going into the ring, but it's going to be an awesome night, guys. Again, very happy to be a part of this House of Pain card and what David is doing. I know Jason's been involved. We're gonna have to talk about this belt. I don't want to keep talking about this Warrior belt you guys keep bringing, and we keep having to not have it showcased, but we will talk about it, Jason, because that belt is awesome, first of all, and it's very important to what you represent with the WBF. So we're gonna get to that in just a few bouts, but
I'd like to spend a little time on that.
Yeah,
Thank you,
absolutely.
man. I appreciate it. Explain to everybody the history of the WBF. For sure. Anyways, we got round 3 here, man. This is a scrap. Both kids are going back and forth. No one's backing up. I see good technique. See lateral movement there.
And that's the thing about fighting fighting under the bright lights. There's a lot of fighters that can be great in the gym, great at hitting the punching bags, great at even sparring. But once you're under those bright lights, and you got all of this, the crowd, you got the music, the ring girls, everything like that, it could either make you or break you, And I think the kids being able to have a little taste of this at a young age, I think it's great because it gives them that experience, something different.
It's a great learning experience because your nerves can get the best of you.
Yeah.
When your nerves get the best of you, your gas tank goes down. You're not listening to your coach. You become overwhelmed, and this is a great introductory to this type of a level for these young men.
For sure, for sure.
Both fighters throwing combinations here in round number 3. Again, we have Ryan Heraldo from Robert Garcia Boxing Academy, Irie Little Hondo Salazar, and both of these guys, Jason, throwing blows here in the last round.
And like you said, none of these guys want to back down. These guys are both going in. One gets a clean hit, the other one wants to come right back and get theirs back, And
there's the sportsmanship at the end, and that's what we all love to see, amateur or professionals. That hug at the end right there, and they shared a moment, and they shared a piece of themselves tonight together, and that's a bond they'll always keep.
And that's funny that you say that because I got a lot of people that sometimes, especially in professional boxing, you hear trash talking, and then at the end, everybody's like, why do they hug or why do they this? Because I think naturally as men, when you kind of left all that anger out in the ring and everything like that, you have no more anger, whatever it is the case may be, towards that person, but respect. Because it's tough to step in the ring, not only to fight, but fight in front of fans, not knowing that anything can happen, you know, and the fact that you both do that and then you guys both come out
Ladies
healthy,
and gentlemen,
good.
after 3
Hey,
rounds
man,
of
it's a
action,
good,
a
it's a
round of
good
applause
hug and
for
good
both
fight.
Brian
And
Heraldo
like you said, it's a
from
shared
Robert
moment that
Garcia
they
Boxing
both
Academy
can,
and Irie
they
Little
can
Hondo
they both respect
Salazar
each other, both
from
gave each other
House
respect.
of Pain Youth Boxing Mentorship. Thank you, gentlemen.
When you risk, when you put that risk on the line, and it takes a lot of guts to climb up these 4 steps and climb in between these 4 ropes, amateur or professional. And when you share 3 rounds with someone, or 4 rounds, or 6, or 8 in the professional level, you get a mutual respect. You might not
No
care
doubt.
for somebody, but you earned, or he earned your respect, you know, in that fight by just taking the fight, climbing the ropes, and giving it his all. Win, lose, draw, knockout decision, whatever. There's a mutual respect. that
No
happens
doubt.
there.
Like you said, once you're walking up to that ring, once you're walking out of the tunnel, you know it's real and it's going down. It's a whole different nerves that come through your stomach, you know? And the fact that you both go through that and share that experience with each other, like you said, win, lose, or draw, there's nothing but respect that you can give your opponent.
All right, guys, as we prepare for our pro card, Ramblin' Ralph, Jason Vincent, and Chop Chop Gonzalez is going to be awesome. I'm going to be pulling double duty here, but I got to tell you something. We have a lot of kids that have really good intentions here, and I'm going to tell both of you guys, we got the opening attraction here, Louis Garcia Delgado, 5'9", 2-0, taking on Jeremiah McCoy at the weigh-in. McCoy says, don't pay attention to the record. 0-2 means nothing. I'm coming to fight.
I feel like sometimes those guys are more dangerous than the undefeated fighters because these guys are coming in with nothing to lose, you know? They're coming in with nothing to lose and everything to gain. A lot of times when you're coming in undefeated, you kind of have more nerves. For the simple fact, you don't want nobody to take that O, you know? A guy like this guy, Jeremiah McCoy, the worst for him already came. He's already lost, you know, 2 professional fights. So to him, it's like he may just feel like if I've already went through the worst, what's the worst that could happen?
Sometimes you go for broke, you know, and like you said, as you build your record 1-0, 2-0, 3-0, and you're the red corner, the A side guy per se, and versus the blue side, that added pressure keeps building up on your shoulders, Chop, where, like you said, this guy's 0-2, he's already done it, and he's going for broke. He's trying to upset the apple cart. He's trying to ruin the other guy's day right there. He's trying to steal a win in front of his hometown.
Exactly. The way he's coming, it's like I got nothing to lose and everything to gain, you know? So those guys could be very dangerous.
All right, guys, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the Soboba Resort Casino here in beautiful San Jacinto, California. This is War in the Empire 3, brought to you by House of Pain Boxing Promotions and Robert Garcia's House of Champions. This is the opening attraction of the evening, 4 rounds of boxing at a contracted weight of 138 pounds. Introducing first, he'll be fighting out of the blue corner. From Redlands, California, Jeremiah Drama McCoy.
All right, guys, there's Jeremiah McCoy. We just talked about it, 0-2, guys, but hey, looks can be deceiving, records can be deceiving. You never know once you get in there.
Yeah, he came to fight, man. He's nobody's pushover. He's going to give it his all. He's going to give it his best. And, you know, when you got these small gloves on, Chop, versus being in the amateurs with bigger gloves and headgear, all it takes is one shot, man. You know, you get caught slipping, one shot, and anything can happen, man.
Anything can happen, and that's what we're talking about, you know, when you're walking out that tunnel about a fight. That comes into mind, you know that it doesn't matter who's in front of you, that all it takes is one good punch for the fight to, you know, end.
You don't know what happened in someone's training camp. You don't know how hard the weight cut was. You don't know what's going on with, you know, anything can happen in there.
For sure.
And his opponent, he'll be fighting out of the red corner. From Norwalk, California, Luis Garcia Delgado.
Coming out with a little Michael Jackson there, right there. I like that. Here
I
we
feel
go.
like just by his walkout song, we know this guy's going to come out groovy, you know?
I've seen this young man fight before. This guy's definitely got some talent, and he's an up-and-comer.
Okay,
sure.
for sure.
Kind of has a little Shakur Stevens look to him a little bit, man, a little Shakur, but I've seen him fight before. This guy's good.
I've actually seen him fight as well. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, I think he's fought in one of the cards where I fought here as well.
Here, correct.
Yes, sir, here in Soboba. So,
I think beginning of the January.
Yeah, yeah, I think it was in
January.
January.
Yeah,
Yes, sir, yes,
January,
sir.
yeah. We had a WBF title fight that night, and I remember might have been his second fight or his debut.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember him. I forgot you were on that card.
Yes, yes, sir, yes,
That's
sir.
right, I forgot you were on that.
Tercero, tengo que, we're going to skip that one.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the opening attraction of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing at a contracted weight of 138 pounds. At ringside, the 3 judges scoring this bout will be Adrian Corona, George Cruz, and Damian Walton. And in the ring, the man laying the law when the bell sounds, referee Ivan Guillermo. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, weighing 137 3/4 pounds. He is a veteran of 2 professional fights, fighting out of Redlands, California, Jeremiah Drama McCoy. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the black, trimmed with silver. He weighed in officially at 136 1/2 pounds. His professional record, 2 victories, no defeats. From Norwalk, California, the undefeated Luis Garcia Delgado.
All right, guys, I'm looking in the corner here of Garcia Delgado, and I have Robert Alcazar as the trainer. Of course, if you're not familiar, this guy is the one who started Oscar De La Hoya for, at least a good 13, 14 fights, if I'm not mistaken. And good trainer who's working with Carlos Castro, who had about 2 or 3 title shots, and has a couple of guys out of Arizona. So he's got some good training in the corner. Scheduled for 4 rounds here in our opening attraction. Ramden Ralph, Jason Vincent, and Chop Gonzalez, who these 2 guys will be working as a tandem in just a few minutes. But here we go, guys.
And that's the thing with fighters like this guy, like McCoy, you go and you're sparring where you're trying to getting ready for a specific fight. It's hard to be able to find sparring like this guy. The rhythm is just kind of off. They're a little awkward, just different kinds of fighters, so sometimes to be able to get the rhythm down, it's a little difficult. Oh, that was a great body shot, though.
Yeah. And
Great body
Chop,
shot.
It's, you got a southpaw versus a righty, so you got that open stance. You got a little more
Yes,
space
sir.
there, and those backhands line up, don't they? To the straights to the stomach or the head.
Guys,
Yeah.
this one's over.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
A first body shot, Chop to the body, lands perfectly, and this one is over.
And that was it. A lot of times, a lot of people don't expect. That's the thing about body shots, especially the first round. He wasn't expecting a body shot. He's moving his head back, thinking the guy's going in for a headshot. Caught him clean straight to the body with a straight right, and he couldn't even recover. I'm pretty sure he didn't even see it coming.
Well, you saw Delgado kind of go up with some jabs, find the range, probe, and then changed his levels, went down, and then dropped the hammer, threw that backhand, and hit him right in the right spot, man. Folded him.
It's funny how body shots, I feel like, are very underestimated in the boxing game. People think, oh, body shots, until you get hit with one, then you realize, oh, man, those ain't nothing to play with.
And Chop, those straights, when you're fighting a righty-lefty, and you're breathing, and you're not expecting that straight to come down right down the pipe to your sternum, man. I mean, that thing, it's like a baseball bat hitting you in the stomach.
And then the thing is, when you kind of take that knee and your body kind of crumbles up a little bit, you think you'll be able to get some air, but the more you crumble, it's harder to even recover.
Ladies and gentlemen, official time, 45 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by knockout and still undefeated from Norwalk, California, Luis Garcia Delgado.
All right, guys. Well, listen, I wanted to see a little bit more of him. He remains undefeated, but we got to see 1 body punch, and that was it, Chop. So hopefully this guy will be back, and we'll get to see him again because, to be honest with you, I didn't really get to see enough to be able to critique this guy. I mean, he's got a great trainer, he's a great technique, but, this is where we're at.
Great shape, strong young man, but is not enough to obviously he got the win and finished him real quick, but not enough really to gauge where he's at in his career right now.
For sure. But that's the thing about boxing. Sometimes you don't want to play with your food too much because like we were just talking about, one punch is all it takes for the whole fight to end. So this guy came in, he saw the opportunity, he got the job done. Hey, he's getting paid the same whether the fight ends in the first round or the fourth round. He saw the opportunity, took advantage of it.
Chop, anytime you can come in and finish someone with 1 or 2 punches and not get hit.
Exactly.
And go home safely to your family and collect a paycheck. That's a good night in the business, I believe.
That's a great night,
Especially as you're up and coming.
Yes, sir. Because now he'll be able to come right back he'll be able to fight, soon again.
Next month.
Exactly.
Take a week off, take a couple days off, get back in the gym on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and start looking for your next one.
Exactly.
All right, guys, well, listen, bout number 2 just got scratched. We were supposed to see Manuel Tercero and Deshaun Singleton. That bout is actually not taking place anymore. We're moving on to the heavyweights, bout number 3. That will feature Javier Arroyo and the KO Kid, Keith Berry. Guys, with heavyweights, I throw all the records out the book. I throw everything out the book. I throw how in shape they are out the book because, to be perfectly honest with you, heavyweights, one punch, it'll change the whole fight.
I feel like it's always exciting to watch heavyweights fight.
You got to lock up Mom's china cabinet when the heavyweights get in there, man, because one thing, man, you wreck the whole store here. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next attraction of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing in the heavyweight division. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, from Highland, California, Javier Arroyo.
Sometimes, guys, just like they do an everyday job, or you're driving a freeway and there's an accident, you have to divert to another lane or another exit. We're pivoting here on the fly, guys. Bout number 3, the heavyweights in action. Arroyo, 2 victories, 2 defeats, 2 knockouts. But there's something really special about this fight. Both fighters, their victories are all by knockout. So none of these guys have gone to a decision. So you're right. I think we're going to see some fireworks in this one.
Hey, the show got to keep going on. That's what it's about. People paid hard-earned money to watch some fights. So little hiccups like these things happen. But, the show got to keep going on.
And his opponent, he'll be fighting out of the red corner from Las Vegas, Nevada, the KO Kid, Keith Berry.
all right, Keith Berry from my hometown of Las Vegas, Nevada. Let's go.
Yeah, I haven't seen you work. You know what? Somebody told me, and I'm trying to give this guy a plug, that the Reed boxing might be coming back. You're heavily involved.
I'm one of the matchmakers for Reed boxing.
So what's going on with that? Because those fights, listen, people don't understand. That's the old Las Vegas Hilton. That's the old stomping grounds of the greatest fights that have happened in Vegas. What's going on with that?
He does an event about once a year. He doesn't have any fighters signed to his label. He does it for the community. He's an attorney out in Las Vegas, so instead of doing a TV commercial or a billboard on the freeway, he throws an event.
And they're awesome, man. Yeah, we have a good time with those.
Last one we had standing room only. We had 4 WBF title fights, so it was awesome event, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next attraction of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing in the heavyweight division. At ringside, your 3 judges scoring this bout will be Adrian Corona, George Cruz, and Damian Walton. And in the ring, the man laying the law when the bell sounds, referee Ray Amendares. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing white and black trunks. He went in officially at 232 1/4 pounds. His professional record, 2 victories, 2 defeats, both of his victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Highland, California, presenting Javier Arroyo. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the white and black trim trunks. He went in officially at an even 222 pounds. His professional record, 3 victories, 3 defeats, all 3 victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Las Vegas, Nevada, presenting the KO Kid, Keith Berry.
Once again, referee in charge, Ray Amendares. All right, I'm really interested to see this because I don't know if you guys are noticing this as well, but Keith Berry is a small 220. Arroyo is a big 232. So, again, I don't mean to throw it out there, but again, the heavyweights, you never know what you're going to see in these bouts, man.
And you could tell both these fighters are go all in or go home, you know?
Yeah.
The only fights that they don't have by knockout is the fights that they lost. Other than that, every fight that they've won been by knockout. So it's a go big or go home with both of these guys.
Let's see if they come out and start banging right away, or if they circle and kind of pace. And oh, keeps going right. There we go.
Well, with a name like the KO Kid, I guess you're gonna have to start. You're gonna have to start doing something.
Yeah,
Hey,
yeah,
okay,
there's no
okay,
filling out process
okay.
there. All right.
And that's all it takes. Once that first punch lands, your adrenaline gets going, and it's time to fight.
I see Keith. There you go.
Oh.
See him coming in with his jab, changing his elevation early already.
A little slap jab right there, a little slap right on the as the referee breaks him up.
But I'm pretty sure, you know, these guys, these are pretty big guys. Even those slap jabs got hurt.
Yeah, no, sure.
I see the referee Ray taking one half step back. He
Oh,
definitely
yeah.
does
Oh,
one.
yeah.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
Referee Ray Amendares.
Oh.
Again, there's
Oh.
a nice combination by the KO Kid, Keith Berry.
Straight it goes to the body there. Yeah.
Not really big punches, but they're coming pretty fast right up the middle.
And that's the thing, you know, when you got big guys like this, even though sometimes you want to block or have your guard up, those punches get through. You know, with them little gloves, it gets dangerous, especially with these guys that they're big, they can punch. Even though you think sometimes you're able to block, the punch will get through and it gets dangerous.
It'll get through, or I'll hit your glove and knock it back into your face.
Yeah,
That hurts too. That hurts too.
Both fighters exchange jabs, and a combination lands on the face of Arroyo by Keith Berry.
He's stopping. He's stepping in right with that 1-2.
Yeah, he's kind of finding a home for that 1-2-1.
Arroyo with a long left hook that does not land, but comes back with a jab up top and a left in the gut.
Keith's a little tighter with his punches. Aurora's kind of, winging them, and you're a little more aggressive. And Keith looks like he has a little more technique. They're a little more tighter.
And I think the problem about Arroyo is he's going straight back, and Keith is seeing that, so he's coming in with those straight punches down the middle.
He's not angling out, and he's getting caught.
Exactly.
He's not getting caught with the first one, but he's getting caught with the second and third one.
And that's the thing about Keith. He's the longer, bigger fighter, you know, so those straight punches are just going straight through the middle.
Keith kind of had that Richard Torres size. For
Yeah,
heavyweight.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. He's a tweener, like a bridgerweight kind of.
Yeah, and you know what? He's got good movement. You know, he's moving his head a little bit.
And I think that's the problem with the Royal is he's keeping his head down the line. And as long as Keith keeps throwing those straight punches, I think everything's going to keep going through good for him.
Keith's got a good boxing stance. Royal's kind of leaning a little heavy on his front leg, too,
Yes,
which is
sir.
bringing his face closer to Keith. Oh,
Combination
straight punches,
lands
those straight
by
punches.
Keith Berry, more of like an MMA style punch, not really sitting down on his punches, kind of moving and
Oh,
throwing
he
them
left-
in.
he left
But he's
with the
landing.
back head. He
But
left-
he's landing these guys.
it is kind of an MMA walking in, kind of a la George St. Pierre or something like that there, man.
One thing I learned is if it's not broke, don't fix it, you know, and it's working, so keeps using it.
You hear
Look
his
at that 1-2-1.
You hear his coach say, keep your head off the line, though. Keith doesn't want to walk into something either.
And Arroyo in the corner is Henry Ramirez, who's had really good fighters and world title challengers like a Chris Arreola, like a Josecito Lopez. So I'm sure he's getting good instruction here as the rounds go on.
For sure. Henry's a great coach. He's been in the game for a long time. And like you said, I'm pretty sure he's going to, as long as he was able to make it back to the corner, he's going to give him some instructions to be able to adjust. It's just sometimes that's a tough thing. You know, sometimes it's all on the fighter. You know, that you can have a great coach, but if the fighter's able to be coachable and be able to take these instructions in, hopefully it'll be a whole different second round. But if not, you know, it's tough because it always depends on the fighter.
Now listen, I want to go just real quick. I want to say something about these bouts that are getting scratched at the last minute. California has implemented a 10-pound. I guess most fighters cannot be separated by 10 pounds as the day of the fight. Otherwise,
hydration
clause,
clause,
hydration clause, right? So everybody here has to adhere to that in this state, which is becoming more and more of a problem for these fighters because you get hungry, you're starving yourself, you broke yourself to make weight, you want to go eat. Even 1 or 2 meals will throw you over that 10 pounds.
It's like 2 weigh-ins. It's like you're having 2 weigh-ins.
Man. And is that the problem of what happened the second bout?
Well, we don't know, but
Okay.
but normally
Possibly.
the last 4 or 5 fights I've had in California, up and down the bay, and then down here, we've had fights that have been canceled right off the bat. because of that.
Okay. And I'm not gonna lie, I was really looking forward to watching that fight. You know, Manuel Tercero, he's been training at our gym. He's been training for quite a while. You know, getting sparring, things like that, and he just hasn't fought in a long time. You know, if he finally got that opportunity, and it sucks to hear that his fight fell off.
Well, I'm sure that David Trujillo will make sure that he gets back on as well. And,
yes, sir.
You know, and we'll find out exactly what the details are there. But again, as in most heavyweight bouts, as the rounds go on, the action tends to slow up a little bit here as they get a little winded here in round number 2.
Well, you just called that two chop. You saw Aurora land. Keith tried to block it, and it hit his glove, and you saw the sweat fly off Keith's face there, man. You got to be careful with that.
With these big guys, you don't always want to depend on those catching punches with your glove, because these little gloves and these big guys, you're still going to feel it no matter what, And I feel like how we were talking about, Henry gave Arroyo some good advice, and Arroyo's now pushing the pace, making him work more and not waiting so much for Keith to start his combinations first.
Correct, and he's not going to straight back as much so far this round as he was the last round. That was getting him in trouble every time. And going back's one thing, but not angling out. He was going straight back.
Yeah, for sure.
My notes are soaked already. I've got DNA everywhere, guys, as it is with the heavyweights. You can listen, when there's heavyweights on the bout, my dry cleaner gets upset with me because he's got to take up all the specs that come off the suit. But listen, that's why we do these things. We love this action.
Yes,
and
sir.
These guys are bringing it. Up
close and personal.
You're on the different side of this for once, man.
For once, thank God. A lot of times when it's me fighting, you're going through the nerves, all of these. Now I'm able to sit here and be able to just up close and personal, be able to watch the fights and just kind of being able to be outside of the bubble looking in instead of, being in the bubble.
Well, it looks like both of them have slowed down here a little bit. We've got 1 or 2 shots, and then that's it. Oh, nice combination right when I say that. Keith Berry throws a 3-punch combination, landing 2 of them. A left hook right to the face of Arroyo.
And I think Arroyo's looking for that left hook. It's looking dangerous. He threw it in the beginning of the round, and Keith was able to block it, but you've seen that it was still able to put damage in. So I feel like Keith wants to just watch out for that left hook because Arroyo's looking for a home run with that one.
Well, I don't know if Keith's getting tired or what, but his last 2 punches have been kind of haymakers there.
Yeah.
So that kind of worries me a little bit too. His mouth's kind
of
dropping open.
They're both breathing out of their mouth already. Hands to the side here in round number 2 as Arroyo lands the best jab of the fight for him here at the end of round number 2.
It's crazy. I didn't think we would make it to this far in the fight with the way they both came out. They both came out throwing haymakers, and it's a great fight so far.
Jason, how do you think Azusa Peta would do against these guys? That's one guy that I'm really like in the heavyweight division. He's in your neck of the woods. Last time he fought was on the Reed card, and I've been trying to get him some fights. I think he'd love to come down here and fight these guys.
I would too. I know Antonio. I talk to him probably at least once a month or text him, and he always has something working, some fight. I help try to match him up or get him on different cards. We just never got anything over the finish line. I think he took an MMA fight. He did something.
I think so, but he was supposed to go fight in the card I was going to announce, the Floyd fight in Greece, and then a week before the fight, they canceled it. So
last time I talked to him, he was going to fight on a Floyd card down in Texas or somewhere, and I haven't heard from anything
I
since.
think it's supposed to be going some country box thing going on.
I had in Tennessee. I had a potential matchup for him, a fighter out of Vancouver, Canada.
Nice.
Who was a WBF international champ.
Right.
We never got it over.
For those of you guys don't know, Jason heavily involved in WBF and growing that sanction company by leaps and bounds, man. I got to hand it to you guys. You guys are doing a really, really good job. And hopefully before not too long, that WBF will be right up there with the big boys.
I want to get it back to where it was back in the 90s when Roy Jones Jr. won it, James Lights Out Tony won it, Antonio Tarver, Hector Macho Camacho, Francis Botha. I want to get it back to where it's kind of a name brand again.
Well, you will. And getting back to where they were, both of these guys are started throwing punches here like they did in round number 1, Chop. I don't know how long it's going to last, but these guys kind of started throwing punches again like they did in round 1.
Yeah, for sure they did. And that's the thing. Sometimes, as the rounds progress, your defense is not as sharp as the beginning.
Nice
so it gets a little risky when you start trading because you're not seeing the punches that are coming right back to you.
Now let me ask you a question.
Throat punch. Punched a stab jab to the body, and then he punched him in the throat. I haven't seen that in a while.
Now we're all
MMA.
Yeah, we're all armchair quarterbacks, and we would say, "Oh, this guy took a round off." I don't want to say that fighters take complete rounds off, but there's ways you can sneak in a good rest here and there, a good 30 seconds, 45 seconds. Can you explain to everybody what that really means? You're not taking the whole round off.
Yeah.
You're just finding ways, okay, this guy's slowing down a little bit. I'm going to slow down a little bit, and then I'm going to rest up so I can finish strong at the end of the round.
No, for sure. So you know, you got situations where sometimes you come out a little too excited, and you kind of gas yourself out. So then the next round is not necessarily that, like you said, you're taking the round off, but you're picking your shots a lot more smarter. You know, you're not just kind of going in looking for the KO. You're being smart. You're using your boxing more, just like we said, to be able to kind of fill that gas tank right back up. And then next round, if you're feeling excited again, you can come right back with that heat.
Oh, man,
the
they're really
combination.
exchanging now, dude. Yeah.
Combinations landed on both. Arroyo lands the left that hurt Barry a little bit more. He's on the attack right now, but Barry's still firing back, Jason.
Both guys' hands are dropping, so this is anybody's game now. Both guys' hands they're throwing punches and they're dropping low. So.
And I feel like this is where it gets risky. You know, when they get in the clinch, sometimes some people tend to drop their hands. You know, they want to rest.
A hook lands on Barry's face by Arroyo. Barry's still there, though. I haven't really seen Barry hurt guys like he's been taking punches, but he's standing right there.
You can't take too many more of those. He's rolling with some of those chops, but some of those were really flush.
And we know that both these guys could punch, so the fact that they're both standing is amazing.
Well, fatigue will come into play.
Yeah,
Something
for sure.
A punch you might have been able to absorb in the first round, you might not absorb in the fourth round when you're tired.
Nice round for the fans here at Soboba Casino. The end of round number 3. It's a who's who right now at the end of 3.
Arroyo's walking him down now.
Yeah,
He's starting to walk him down.
I think the problem in the first one was Arroyo was giving Keith too much space, you know, letting him start his combination punching first. But now, you know, since the second and third round, he's starting to come forward, be more the aggressor, and it's favoring him a lot better now.
Arroyo's strength wasn't fighting off his back leg. His strength is moving forward.
Exactly.
That's what got him in trouble in the first round. I think he lost the first round. But ever since, he started moving forward, and it's changed the dynamic of the fight.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, we just saw a right hand that landed cleanly, and this guy, Keith, you know, he got a chin on him. The fact that he's still standing after these punches is amazing. Look at that. They're flush punches. And not only that, but you could tell, you know, this is going to be the last round. That was the third round. Fatigue is going to start playing a role, but the fact that they're still standing is, you know, these guys got a chin on them.
Man, I have 2-1 Arroyo. We'll see what happens here in round number 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for both warriors. This is the 4th and final round.
All right, guys, round number 4 here in bout number 3. War in the Empire 3, and Barry comes out with a nice combination that lands flush on Arroyo. Arroyo throws a left hook right back.
I think Keith still needs to set his punches up and not throw those haymakers. Still stay behind the jab and stay tight.
You got to be careful because, you know, Arroyo likes to punch with him, and if he keeps coming in with those straight punches with his head tall, he might be able to get caught in between.
He's going to take a backhand right down the pipe. He's going to take a 2 right down the pipe, man.
Arroyo throws out a jab, trying to land that right again. Fires an uppercut that doesn't make it all the way up, lands in the gut of Barry, and Barry is right there. These guys are relentless, man.
Arroyo came to fight, man. This dude, he's still got some gas going on him, too. He looks like the
Look at that.
Nice
shot. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
6-punch combination.
And all to the body. You know, it's tough, especially when you're in the clinch. A lot of people, they want to breathe. And the fact that you start getting hits to the body, it takes out that air.
You didn't give him that chance to breathe either.
Exactly. If anything, he took out more air than you were able to try to even get in. But those straight punches down the middle, such as Arroyo, he's standing tall. He just stays there.
Little dirty boxing there, grabbing the back of the head there. little Randy Couture.
Man, these guys are not letting up here round 4 as, again, Barry with the MMA walk 3-punch combo.
and it's crazy that MMA fighters amaze me with that the fact that they can do that and still step off around. And it's in boxing, it's not something that you would want to be able to do, but
march forward like that.
Yeah, but the fact that they're able to do that and pull it off, it amazes me.
Yeah.
One of the best to do it in boxing was probably Manny Pacquiao.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
Yeah.
When I go to the wild card gym, that's what they teach, marching forward and angling off, man.
Yeah.
I love Manny Pacquiao.
If you want to be able to do that, you got to have good legs. You know, you got to be able to have good legs to be able to get yourself off of that line. The way that he did that, you know, he threw that 3-punch.
And I'm going to tell you, speaking of legs, Manny Pacquiao had the biggest calves I've ever seen in person. So if anybody could do that, it's definitely him, as these fighters get warned by the referee. They both get warned.
Oh, but that hook right. I feel like Arroyo's looking for it, and it looks
Just see him
dangerous.
go down to the body with the stab.
Yeah.
He's setting something up over the top.
All right, we got 30 seconds left here in round 4. I still say it's anybody's round. I know Arroyo was landing early, but Barry is still right in his face and still throwing combinations, guys.
You could tell none of these guys want to give up this last round. You know, I feel like Barry almost feels like he knows that he needs this round. He's coming out guns blazing, but Arroyo is not just giving it to him neither. You know, these guys are both giving it their all.
You know what? I think Barry missed the opportunity. He landed a couple lead backhands, man, and the landed flush, and only did 1 or 2 of them and never went back to it. I think that punch would have been there all night.
But I think Barry is smart in the fact that he throws that 1-2-1 and then smothers him.
Yep.
Smothers him so now he can't come back and get his punches back.
All right, guys, I'm going to leave you two to figure out who won. I'm going to give the decision. I'll be back. Again, Barry Arroyo, 4 rounds. Great fight, guys.
Very entertaining.
Yeah, I think this is anybody's fight right here, Chop. If I had to take a guesstimate on it, I would say it's a draw.
Yes, sir.
But,
I wouldn't be disappointed with the draw. I think both of these guys, you know, I think first round Arroyo just gave Keith a little too much time, but he adjusted in the second and third. But then Keith adjusted as well, and I think I would give it a 2-2 a draw.
Yeah, I have Keith winning the first and the fourth, and then Rail winning those middle rounds there. So we'll see how it goes there.
Nothing wrong with a draw. Nothing wrong with a draw. It was a great fight.
Both guys earned it, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Fans got their money's worth on this one. This is a good professional fight right here, and both fighters are leaving the ring healthy.
Yes, sir.
That's
yes,
a great
sir. For
day in
sure.
boxing.
Yeah, no doubt.
So what's going on with you? When is your next fight coming up, or what do you got going on?
So right now we're looking to get back in the ring, God willing, in October. You know, nothing confirmed or 100% yet, but that's what it's looking like. You know, so my coaches, it's more so I try not to ask too much, because and then it's like, why, Chop, you're scared or this? You know, coming out of the RGBA gym, you know, it's tough. It's a tough gym. So, but hopefully, God willing, you know, October.
Ladies and gentlemen, before I read the scorecards, a round of applause for both warriors, please, in this great heavyweight matchup. After 4 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges, Adrian Corona, George Cruz, and Damian Walton, scored the contest 38-38, declaring this bout a unanimous draw.
And I feel like, of course, everybody always wants to see a winner, but in this case, man, a draw, I feel like it's great for both of them. These guys came out, both of them hungry, man, gave us a great fight, and I think they both get to go home happy, healthy, and with some money in their pocket. I think it's a great outcome for everybody.
Listen, great outcome, and I would like to see this bout again. I mean, it's a draw, but, man, anybody had, Chop, the opportunity to steal this fight, and they didn't. The judges gave 2 rounds each. Listen, I want to see this again, man. Let's run this back.
And I feel like it was a great way to kind of open it up, open the show up, because, you know, this first fight that we just had ended off a little earlier than expected, and then now we got these heavyweights that came in and just kind of woke everybody up. You know, it was a great fight for everybody.
Well, listen, brother, you're doing a great job, man. You're doing a great job on this broadcast. And we just say hi to Henry Ramirez here as he walks by us. Our next fight is bout number 4, Salvador Mota and Julian Pardo. They got pro debuts, man. Both of them are making their professional debut. And Chop, when you made your pro debut, bro, were you excited? Were you anxious? Were you a little bit, I don't want to say scared, but maybe nervous? I mean, what was going through your mind, bro?
No, man, I'm human just like everybody else. And, you know, that pro debut is always nerve-wracking, you know, because it's the start of, God willing, a fruitful career, or maybe it's the beginning of, hey, maybe I got to hang up the gloves and start working, whatever it is. But, you know, it always starts in the pro debut, you know. So the fact that it's just so much things going on in your mind. You know, you got family coming out. It's not the same as an amateur fight, because now there's no headgear. You got little gloves. You know that at the end of the day, you could be winning the whole fight. One punch changes the whole fight.
That's right. Well, we're going to find out. I'm going to hold you to that, because our next contest is ready to go. Our fighters are ready to go. It's a battle of the pro debuts here in War in the Empire 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next attraction of the evening, the Battle of the Pro Debuts. 4 rounds of boxing at a contracted weight of 135 pounds. Introducing first, he'll be fighting out of the blue corner from Colton, California, KOC, Julian Prado.
It's Colton versus Riverside, brother. Prado versus Mota Chop. And listen, I know you guys had all your rivalries with the gym and especially in the amateurs, right? Every gym wanted to be the baddest on the block. You guys had so many amateur fights out here. I was talking to Henry Ramirez. He says, man, at any point in time, if you were amateur, you could find a fight every single weekend because there was multiple events going on all the time.
So me and my brother, we started off going to shows every weekend, and exactly like he said it, every weekend you were finding some type of fight. You didn't have to do pre-matches or nothing like that. It was so many people going to these fights and everything like that. It just gets to a point where, then you get known. Now it's like, okay, now people start watching out for you.
And his opponent, he'll be fighting out of the red corner from Riverside, California, Salvador Chava Mota.
And Salvador Mota, a guy that I'm very familiar with. He trains out of the RGBA gym, big crowd, pro debut. This guy's coming in to make a statement, not only to everybody here, but I feel like also Robert Garcia, the coaches, to show them that, this kid is, he's here to stay, So
So I don't want to interrupt you, but as he's walking down, so tell us about this kid. I mean, does he have the goods? Is he working hard? Are you guys working on where do we rate this kid as he comes in for his professional debut?
For sure. So it's a lot of things that you want to be able to take into account because his pro debut. You got a lot of great fighters that they're great in the gym. You never know how they fight, under the bright lights, things like that. And in this case, he's great under the gym. He trains hard and everything, but you can only really, I feel like, criticize somebody once they're under the bright lights, So right now he's going to have his pro debut, and we'll be able to see whether he got the goods or not.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next attraction of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing at a contracted weight of 135 pounds. At ringside, the 3 judges scoring this bout will be Adrian Corona, George Cruz, and Damian Walton. And in the ring, the man laying the long when the bell sounds, referee Ivan Guillermo. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he's wearing the blue and white trim trunks. He weighed in officially at 134 1/4 pounds. Tonight, he makes his professional debut fighting out of and representing Colton, California, KOC, Julian Prado. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the silver and black trim trunks. He weighed in officially at 130 3/4 pounds. Tonight, he also makes his professional debut fighting out of and representing Riverside, California, presenting Salvador Chava Mota.
2 pro debuts here, Chop, man. The nerves got to be pretty intense right here. How was that fight for you transitioning from the amateurs in your first pro bout?
It's nerve-wracking, because, you got little gloves, the headgear's put away. Now you know that you're in the big boy leagues. You know that at any moment, anything can happen, good or bad. So I hope that this crowd doesn't affect Sal too much and that he can stay laser focused, be able to know that, he don't want to please the crowd.
I want to ask you something because I see Ali sat back like at the gym, bro, like every other day. Is it important for him to be used to all that early, or is it not really? Because, dude, your gym is pretty hectic as we start round 1. Tell us about that.
No, for sure. It's very hectic, but I feel like all of those things play a big role. As a fighter, you got to understand you're a fighter, but also an entertainer. So you want to be able to try to build that confidence being in front of the camera, build that confidence being able to talk with people and just being able to sell yourself to become a fighter that people actually want to be able to go and pay money to see.
People think the sport of boxing is just getting in the ring and punching each other. And as an amateur, but definitely as a professional fighter, there's so much more to it. back in the older days, but definitely nowadays with social media, like you said, building yourself, learning how to do an interview, learning how to talk in front of a camera, learning how to perform in the ring, everything that goes into it.
Yeah, for sure. I think times have changed in a big difference. You know, whether you could see it as good or bad. You know, you got social media now that can help you promote yourself a lot better. But then at the same time, you got certain brands that maybe don't want to sponsor you, whatever. It's just because of you don't have a big follower fan base. You know.
Right.
Correct.
So you know, being able to be a good fighter, I feel like is the foundation of it. And then if you can have those extra abilities to be able to sell yourself, promote yourself on social media, that's just a plus. But I think some fighters get, you know, it's just focus too much on the social media part where this and that. They don't focus on their craft, and then they have the support, but then they don't have the goods,
Right.
you know. And
Well, I tell you what, the goods from Mota are coming out, and he lands a combination. But KOC also firing back. Both of these guys are locked in, guys, in round one. And Chop, it's funny that you say that. I mentioned that at the Las Vegas, the Nevada Boxing Hall of Fame last weekend, that it is becoming almost a 50-50 thing. Your social media and you're building up your character, so to speak, is almost important as fighting. You have to find a medium there, and you have to figure out what to do for both. Whether you hire somebody to do it or not, you have to learn how to do that.
yes, sir.
You do, but at the end of the day, you do have to do that. It's a very important, whether you like it or not, it's a very important part of boxing nowadays, professional boxing. But skills still pay the bills,
Yes,
baby,
sir.
and that's, you got to learn the crafter. Chop, we got that open stance again, the righty-lefty. I already saw a couple
Close
times,
calls.
Yeah. Close calls, going low, and then also stepping on each other's foot, too,
Yeah.
the lead foot there.
And then sometimes it's scary too because sometimes they both go in for a punch and that can create head clashes, you know.
Yeah.
So being a southpaw, I think you have the benefit because you're used to sparring more orthodox fighters. So I feel like he's more aware of it, but sometimes you always got to be careful because the orthodox fighter maybe isn't too well aware of it. Goes in at the same time as you're going in, could create something bad.
Wow, both of these guys are throwing blows. They're missing just a little bit here. And Mota, you know, these guys are going to find a way. Again, not really cool to have to fight a southpaw on your first professional debut, but hey, you might as well get it over with. And for Mota, he's gonna find this more often than not, him
Yeah.
being a southpaw.
For sure. I just think it's just tough because the first round, normally you would see it as a fill-out round, but both these guys pro debut, they both got something to prove, you know, and they coming out showing that.
That was a good first pro debut round right there. I didn't see any sloppy punches. I didn't see any panicking. Everybody kind of stayed within themselves, and that's a good debut round. They got that out of the way. Let's see how they push forward
Yeah,
here.
for sure. They both got caught with good shots, you know, and I feel like both had great poker faces where they both didn't show they've been hurt. You know, Mota got caught with a good body shot in the beginning of the round, and I feel like he took it very well, was able to adjust to it. Then he landed a great punch as well throughout the round. And on the other guy, he had a good poker face as well, you know. So I'm excited to see how they both adjust to each other's style and how they come out the second round.
Well, we have a chance. The last top-ranked fight that we had in San Diego, not the last one that I worked at, but the one that you were supposed to be involved in, obviously stuff happened there. What's up next for you? Do you have a date right now? Are you working on stuff? Are you just still waiting? What's going on with Chop?
So God willing, we're looking to get back in the ring in October. You know, nothing for sure, nothing confirmed. But, you know, I talked to my coach, and they said, God willing, you know, hopefully in October, you know, something will pop up.
Awesome. Well, we look forward to that, and hopefully I'll be working on that card as well.
Oh!
Mota lands a right hand.
through the ropes there. Well,
Now, okay. All right, good work by the referee.
And I would think that was considered a knockdown because that's something that the referee tells in the back. You know, if you get caught and the ropes hold you up, that's considered a knockdown.
Yeah, very good point, John. Very good point. Mota lands, and Prado right now reeling from that shot here in round number 2.
It just gets scary, you know, because you could tell this guy if he was hurt or not, but he recovered. And sometimes you get a little too excited. You don't want to run into nothing either. You know?
What do they say, Jason? The hurt fighters are very dangerous.
very dangerous fighter, and like you said, you still got to keep your wits, keep your technique, stay within yourself, and you don't want to empty your gas tank either going in there trying to close the show out, right? So he was good pacing himself
Yeah,
there.
exactly. You know, be able to range his fighter with the jab, you know?
Correct. Not just run yourself into a shot.
Yeah. Just trying to force anything, you know, because that's when sometimes you get caught with bad punches.
I would like to see the replay on that, like you said, because that is true. The ropes cannot, if you're going to go down and the ropes save you, that is a knockout, but I'd like to see.
It just, you know, it being a southpaw versus orthodox, it gets tricky. You know, maybe it could have been a foot thing, you know, maybe.
Stepped on the foot.
Yeah, exactly. Like you said, a replay would have been great. Would be great.
I'm pretty sure the guys will get that going for us if they
nice
can.
straight to the
Meanwhile, a straight right lands by Prado on the face of Mota, but does not look like It hurt him.
You see, both of these guys have high IQs, you know, because you got Mota throwing the double jab to get in, then a straight left to the body to hurt. But then you got this guy that he gets caught with the bicep, but then comes right back with a right hand of his own. You know, to be able to counter on a quick one like that, it's good because you know you show that this guy has a high IQ. You know, it's a tough fight for both of these guys. These guys are both in for a great pro debut.
Prado lands a shot on Mota. Mota comes back. Yeah, he is.
Mota's trying to line him up with that straight left.
Yeah. But Mota also got a strong right hand. That right hook that he's landing.
Ooh, nice right. The best of the fight for Prado. A lead right, lands right on the face of Mota. And again, as a southpaw coming in with your stronger hand, the left hand, you're going to get caught with lead rights like that. Pacquiao
exactly.
got caught with that pretty much all the time in his
career. Because as a southpaw, you're looking for that left hand, and as an orthodox fighter, you're looking for your right hand, you know, because it lines up perfectly.
Nice lead. Left by Mota, straight left that lands on Prado.
Nice
wind-up hook, lands right on the rib cage there.
Nice stab to the body.
And you see him take a deep breath after he had landed it, you know. But this guy got a good poker face, you know. He's not showing Sal that it's hurting him.
Nice little body shot lands by Prado.
And it turned out, exactly. Angled out of the ropes as he did it.
Didn't look at his work.
But Sal landed another good body shot, which I think those body shots, you know, whether they have a good poker face or not, body shots hurt anybody, you know?
I'm a southpaw. I fight out of the southpaw stance, and I love that straight to the body, man.
Yeah.
I trained Michael Dos Marinos who fought in a way a few years ago at 118 pounds. He's a featherweight, and he's a southpaw, and that's what we teach him.
Man, Jason, you better write a book, dude. You're all over this sport, man. Golly, I didn't know you did all that, too. That's awesome.
Yeah, we fought Elijah Pierce last summer and OTX card in Atlanta, Georgia. We fought over in Nagoya, Japan.
There it is. There's a replay, and you're right, Chop.
Did he step on his
it was
foot,
kind of a, you know, it was kind of a mixture, okay? Like, he got hit, but he was also kind of stumbling a little bit.
It looked like he hit him, but at the same time when he hit him, his foot kind of, they got crossed over the feet and then threw him off balance.
Here it is again. Yeah, it was kind of a balance hit in the back of the shot. Good work by our guys. Thank you, Ty, for that. We appreciate you.
Good work on Mota staying on him and not letting, not just, you know, thinking that he slipped or something. Staying on him and, you know, kept going.
At the end of the day, it's protect yourselves at all times. You know, if the referee didn't step in or nothing like that, hey, you got to keep working until the ref stops it.
Nice shot by Mota to open up round number 3 here, scheduled for 4. And Mota going for the kill here. You can see it in his eyes. He's shaking up a little bit.
There's that hook you talked about.
Lands a couple of shots. Prado reeling now.
He kind of loops that backhand in there, man. Kind of almost like Maidana a little bit. He kind of loops it and drops it.
Good body shot.
Prado lands a right as Mota lands on the body. They both connect here in round 3.
Mota's loose now. You can tell he's throwing it as loose. He's got a good sweat worked up.
And none of them want to give each other an inch. You know, somebody comes in landing, you know, they want to return the fire and come right back.
Well, Mota's walking him down now like he's not scared of his power either. He's got to be careful.
But Sal looks like something's wrong with his left hand, you know?
Yeah.
I'm not sure what's wrong with it or what happened.
Keeping it low. He's dangling.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you throw that looping hook like that, you can tweak your...
Well, it looked like he landed that hook sort of like on the side in the hip area. And as you know, Chop, you don't hit that angle right, man. It could hurt. It could hurt the hand.
You got to box now, Chop. Now you got to box.
Yeah, now you got to be able to use those feet. You got to be able to use those feet. Use that boxing IQ.
He
just used it.
He shook it though.
He's shaking it. Hey, that adrenaline, it'll get you doing things that you never thought you could do. You know. And it looks like he's. Yeah, he's good.
Body shot. Hook to the
body shots. Yep.
That has a home. Keep throwing that. I like how he dips under like that, and then he swings that hook on the body.
It's because body shots could be dangerous if you're throwing them if you're standing tall, you know. But when you roll with it, and then you get to throw, you're already kind of at that position where you're already low to the body.
You got leverage, and your leverage. It's like a chambered pistol, man. It's ready to you cock it.
It's ready to go. Yeah, exactly.
Good action here. We had great fights to open up the broadcast, guys.
Check hook to the head. I like that.
Nice straight left. And listen, Mota's got a little manny in him, dude. Like You know, he's got a little Pacquiao in him, dude. His movement, his punches, his angles.
I like Mota to stay right here at this distance, this mid-range
Yeah,
right here.
yeah, for sure.
Pick him apart. Just
Being
pick
able
him
to step
apart.
right back up, but then step right back into
out,
it.
in and out, in
Yeah.
and out, or step to the side. Stay in this range right here and keep following him around the ring. Cut him off smartly and keep throwing the combinations. There's that. He threw the.
Yeah, and it feels like, and like Pardo's a little like he does not liking those body shots or staying at the mid range.
But
you
just
know,
like you called it, Jason, you got to be careful. Prado throwing a combination, landing 2 shots there
Prado's
up against the corner.
dangerous. That's why I say I like Mota in this mid-range, stabbing, going up, going down, changes the elevation, stepping out.
and that's just the thing. You know, when you're fighting that mid range, you always got to be alert because you know the same way you're in position to be able to hit, you're in position to get hit. So once you're at that mid range, you always got to be alert.
Nice hook behind the elbow from Mota from his lead.
Mota's not going straight in, too. He's going through the side doors or the side windows.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. And Mota, you know, it looked like something had happened with that hand, but that adrenaline got him forgetting about it.
Maybe a stinger, you know, a little stinger.
Yeah, maybe like you guys said, maybe his shoulder maybe have popped out of place, something like that, because the way he threw it was.
It did look like his shoulder was.
Yeah,
a little out
but
of place.
then
Did you see that?
he was forced to throw it again, and maybe hopefully you know it popped back in.
in.
And the good thing is this is the last round, you know, fourth and final round. The way I see it, especially when I'm gonna fight, is like I'd rather break my hand or whatever it is in the fight than in training camp. You know, you're in the fight, you're in too deep. Hey, it hurts, but we got to get through it.
Especially 4-rounders. He'll have an ice bag on his shoulder or his hand and a bucket of ice.
Yeah.
Here in about 10, 15 minutes.
And it's good. Like we said, it's a 4-rounder. You know, it'd be a problem if it was a 10-round fight, you know, anything like that. Because
8 rounds, 10.
Exactly, because it's still early on the fight, but, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for both warriors. This is the 4th and final round.
All right, guys, how do you guys have it? I got. Listen, I want to give. The first round is a toss-up, so I have 2-1 Mota. I have Mota winning the fight. Could be 3-0.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna give Prado for the benefit of the doubt a 2-1 here.
So
we
I
don't
would
get
say-
paid to that, but you know, 3-0, 2-1.
Yeah, because it's a tough fight. You know, you don't want to say 3-0 because it may sound like a sweep, but it's a tough fight. And I would say that first round was kind of a round kind of open up in there, but I do think second and third round Mota was able to kind of close it off.
Listen, I don't see no problem with the shoulder of Mota. As he comes at back firing here.
He's coming back for blood. You know, he got caught with the right hand though.
Keep that hand up. Keep
That hand again.
Yeah,
I don't know if Mota has muscles in that shoulder or what, but it does look like his shoulder is. I don't want to say separated, but it doesn't look right to me from this angle.
Just pop back out.
And that's the thing about it. You know, Mota's kind of showing it that it's messed up, which I get. Maybe it's hurting, whatever. But in a fight, man.
Oh yeah, he's messed up, guys.
Look at that.
That shoulder is
And I think the doctor's calling him. Yeah, there's something's wrong with that shoulder. You know. Oh yeah, you can see the bone.
Bones popped out.
Check the doctor.
Yeah, I noticed in the last round, he's going to continue.
Like
and I would say what?
Hematoma or something.
Yeah, maybe even let the doctor try to even put it back in place. The thing about boxing, you know, is you got to have a poker face. You can't show that these things are, because then the opponent, he's going to go after it, you know.
All right, they're going to let it go. We got a minute and a half left, boys.
All right.
Of the 4th round. If I were Mota, I'd just throw that jab and stay away. I think I've got the fight won at this point. Just don't get caught with a shot.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you right now, Prado's noticed it, and he's going after him.
Of course he is. Jab and move.
Use those legs. Yep,
Pop
and just
and
keep
move.
stepping around.
Yep.
Throwing feints to keep him off of him.
Changing his stance. You see him changing his stance now?
And then hold. Yeah, hold.
Turn him into the ropes. Yeah, he messed something up there.
And it's getting intense because, like I said, you know, my boy Sal, he's my teammate. You know, we train the gym and everything like that. And right now I'm commentating, but it's hard for me to. I almost want to scream out at him and hold him, and you know,
yeah, we
use
understand.
your legs.
We understand.
But
you're doing a great job here, by the way. It's tough not to yell at him directions.
Yeah.
Being so close.
Yeah,
to
being
the
so
ring.
close, and you know, him being your team, like. You know, grab him. You know, in these kind of moments, you know, don't let him tee off on you. Just grab him, hold him. Even if the ref is trying to break it up, still hold him a little bit. You know, buy time.
Get on your bike now.
And not don't stay there. You know, step around.
You gotta roll out, man.
Yeah, exactly.
Move around.
Yeah.
Move around, Sal.
And it's just sometimes it's the pride in a fighter. You know, where the coaches are telling him to move around, whatever it is, but it's his own pride that doesn't allow him.
Walking in now.
Yeah. Look
he's
at him.
walking in, dude. Like stay long range.
And it's funny because he's walking to him. You know, like we want him to move around, and he's walking to him and.
Well, listen, this guy's got some heart, I got to tell you. you got a good teammate there in the gym.
for sure.
It's going to be awesome to see what the judges see in this one.
You guys, however this turns out, what a great pro debut for both guys.
Absolutely.
This is a great pro debut professional fight right here.
I'm actually going to go in the ring and announce this one, guys. You guys can handle it from here.
Okay, sounds great.
I'm going to go in there. Once this fight's over, we're going to recap the first 4. We're going to talk to Mota and see what's going on with his shoulder.
What a fight from both these guys. You know, Mota came out that last round guns blazing, but sometimes you got to be careful because, you know, he had already that problem since I believe it was the second, third round, and then maybe that adrenaline made it kind of go away, but then got a little too excited and.
Chop, that's where more experience in fights will come into play. You heard his corner saying, stay long, move around, not stay there. But like you said, being pro debut with the adrenaline, you saw him still walking him forward with 20 seconds to go.
And that's the thing, you know, with that pride, you know, you got family, you got your friends, you got this audience, everybody's going crazy. You want to show them that you're not scared or things like that, but sometimes that could affect you because in this case his hand is kind of, you know, is giving out on him, and as much as he's stepping up, his body's wasn't responding with him.
Well, and he still bloodied the opponent up with a backhand in the in the last round there too. So
hey, but that's something you can't teach that heart, you know, that grit, you know. You got certain fighters that they got all the goods, but then when times get tough, they kind of give out, and Sal, you know, he proved that this guy.
Well, he's going to be happy. His family's going to be happy. His coach is going to be happy because he showed a lot of heart and grit in his professional debut. Shoulder gets messed up, and he still held it together. Like you said, a heart of a warrior, and finished it off strong.
Little things that, you know, we go back to the gym now, we could teach him, you know, things like that happen. Learn to get on your bicycle and be able to, but it's all experience for him. Something that he's going to be able to go back to the gym and learn off of it.
Hopefully his shoulder's not messed up too much. I see him touching it and grabbing it. So
it was crazy how I was looking at first. You could almost see the bone sticking out.
Dude.
Yeah.
It's almost like a hematoma on it.
Yeah.
It's like a big bubble or something.
Yeah, you were able to see it just poking out.
You know, like you would get on like a Clash of Heads or something on your
Ladies and gentlemen, before I read the scorecards, a round of applause, a hell of a fight for both their professional debuts here at Soboba. After 4 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Adrian Corona scored the contest 40-36, while judges George Cruz and Damian Walton scored the contest 39-37 for your winner by unanimous decision. From Riverside, California, Salvador Chapa Mota. No, we're gonna... All right, real quick, let's go. I'm going to talk to Mr. Mota here. All right, real quick, let me talk to you. You can cut him off. Brother, you walked in here, I announced you. You had about 1,000 people, it sounded like, all back here, bro. Listen, I got Chop on the broadcast down there, and he says you're one hell of a stablemate. You're a strong teammate. What does it feel like, man, to make your professional debut and all your friends and family right here supporting you?
Before anything, first and foremost, I want to thank God for this opportunity he gave me, and I'm able to give you guys this beautiful thing. In all reality, this feels really great, you know, to have all this love and support, and I really appreciate everyone coming out and supporting me. I love you too.
All right, you can work as hard as you can. You can work 24 hours a day, but nothing can prepare you for what happened to you, your shoulder, your hand. Explain to us what happened, because it was pretty obvious that you were hurt.
So, I was already on him, and you guys saw that, but I hit him with an overhand, and my shoulder kind of rolled out of place a little bit. And I was like, all right, let me adjust. So I kind of stick to the jab, and I kept him away as much as I could. It popped back in, and I started getting on him again. And I did what I did. I went in as mature as possible as I could, and I finished the fight.
All right, so check it out. On a scale from 1 to 10, your professional debut, that guy was actually a pretty good fighter. He actually was with you, landed a couple of shots, rated from 1 to 10. How was this experience?
I love this experience because I was able to enjoy this because of God, so I'll give it a 10.
Good.
All right, guys, give it up. Go say hi to all your fans over there. Your winner, Mr. Mota, his professional debut here at Saboba.
And with this crowd so happy as they are, you know, Sal putting up a performance like that, there's no doubt that Dave's going to get, you know, Sal another chance to be able to be on a card like this.
Well, you know what, Chop? When,
All right, guys, we're going to take a brief 7 to 8 minute intermission to get ready for our next fights. You are joined here at Saboba Casino. This is War in the Empire 3.
You know, part of the business is being, a huge part of it's being a professional. How you conduct yourself, how your team conducts yourself. Are you making weight consistently? Here comes a young man right now. Oh, yeah, look at that shoulder.
I know, we've seen it.
Help
We've
him
seen
on
it.
the street. Help him.
Yeah.
Help him. Yep. There you go. They got him.
You did great. You did great.
That adrenaline's going to wear off, and he's going to feel that.
He's going to feel it 10 times
hour.
Right now, his worry is, how did I do? Next, he doesn't even know it's going to be that shoulder. The next worry he's going to be is, how am I going to brush my teeth? How am I going to, you know, like all
I'm
those
going to take a
things.
shower,
Yeah,
go to the bathroom.
exactly.
I'm going to go to the bathroom. But, you know, the important part of the business, too, is being a professional, making weight, signing that contract, staying to what you agreed to, how your team conducts yourself, how you conduct yourself, pre-fight, post-fight, all that. Dave, and you know, at the end of the day, too, how many tickets you sell.
Yeah.
He had a big fan. He was humble. He thanked God, thanked his team. Sold, had a good fan base out here. I don't see no reason why Dave wouldn't bring him back.
For sure, I think one of the things that I've learned in this professional game, and not just in boxing but in life, is and the advice that I could give anybody and everybody if they're willing to take it is you know, putting God as your foundation in anything and everything that you do. God will teach you how to be humble. God will teach you how to be able to get through. Because at the end of the day, you know, God's word is only something that benefits us. You know, at the end of the day, tomorrow's going to be tomorrow, and God's going to be God no matter what, whether we listen to him or not. But, you know, the fact that he went up there and he thanked God first and foremost, you know, it shows a lot of his character, because sometimes, you know, as long as you have God as your foundation, God teaches you how to be humble. God, it's like one Bible verse that always stands out to me is like, seek first God and his righteousness, everything else will be added on to you. And, you know, look at this guy. He's the fan base he has, the way he conducts himself, the grit and heart he has, you know, it's just something that it's just so beautiful.
Chop, he's a coach, a mom or dad, a matchmaker, and a promoter's dream. When you have a young man like that puts all that dedication and has the skill to back it up, and it comes in and is humble, thanks everybody, thanks God, leads with thanking God. You can't be more than proud than that young man and root for him.
And that heart that he has, you know, to be able to fight in a situation like that, like you said, my arm popped out of place, then it popped back into place, and then it popped back. And the fact that he's still, you know, is just unbelievable.
He threw it, it popped out, it went back in, and he started throwing the hand again.
Yeah, he started going crazy.
That's a warrior. And it popped back out again.
And like you said, right now, maybe that adrenaline is going crazy, you know, but he'll feel it. But I know that more than so, he's going to be proud of the performance that he put up. And not only himself, but his family, his friends, everybody that came out to support him. And no doubt about it that when he gets that next card for the next fight, everybody's going to come out again to show that love.
Monday or Tuesday morning when he goes to the gym, how does that go?
No,
he's going to get a lot of credit?
Yeah, he's going to get a lot of love. He's going to get a lot of love. You know, at the end of the day, especially us as fighters, we love to see that, because, you know, some fighters, they could be great as long as things are going their way. But when circumstances don't turn out the way you expected them, it almost makes or breaks a fighter. And Sal showed us today that this guy's a fighter, this guy got heart. That's something that you can't teach. It's in the moment type of thing, you know, fight or flight. And Sal showed us today what kind of man he is.
He's going to keep throwing even if his arm falls off.
Exactly.
And that's the type of, that's a dangerous man. And someone that will keep coming at you when their arm gets chopped off.
And it amazes me.
Out.
You know, his arm is out of place, everything like that. The guy takes a step back and Sal's stepping to him, you know. Yeah. That shows this guy's running to the fight. He's not running away from it.
Busted his nose up in the last round with that bad hand.
Exactly.
Still threw it. Yeah, that's phenomenal. Very proud of him. He's going to, I can't wait to see him in the beginning of next week at the gym, what kind of love he gets there.
It's going to be, and not only that,
but
we
still got to keep him humble, though.
Yeah. But even the love that he's about to get from all his family, you know, all of that kind of stuff. It's going to be, for sure, a pro debut that he's going to remember. I think a pro debut that's worth remembering.
Absolutely.
All right, guys, there you see our next bout number 5, as the boys took a 2-minute intermission. Marco Rosales, a veteran of one professional fight, taking on Nathan Gomez, professional debut in the super lightweight division. Heading up to the ring, guys. That's our next bout number 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next attraction of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing at a contracted weight of 140 pounds. Introducing first, he'll be fighting out of the blue corner. From Las Vegas, Nevada, El Marciano Marco Rosales. And his opponent, he'll be fighting out of the red corner. From Temecula, California, Nathan Gomez. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next attraction of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing at a contracted weight of 140 pounds. At ringside, the 3 judges scoring this bout will be Adrian Corona, George Cruz, and Damian Walton. And in the ring, the man laying the law when the bell sounds, referee Eddie Hernandez Sr. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he's wearing solid black. He weighed in officially at 143 1/2 pounds. He is a veteran of one professional fight, fighting out of the fight capital of the world, Las Vegas, Nevada, presenting El Marciano Marco Rosales. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the white and black trim trunks. He went in officially at 138 and 1/2 pounds tonight. He makes his professional debut fighting out of and representing Temecula, California, presenting Nathan Gomez. Once again, referee in charge, Eddie Hernandez Sr. for instructions.
All right, gentlemen, I've been over the rules with you both. You're professionals. I expect you to conduct yourself as such. Touch gloves. Good luck.
You look like you caught him with a counter head punch there.
And
But you never know. You run someone into something like that. Huh?
Yeah, for sure.
Marco's going straight back here. Just to give a shout out real quick, Marco was my old sparring partner back in my amateur boxing days, but he did fight Jamil Pacquiao, Manny Pacquiao, son of the amateurs at the Westgate Hotel here. Wanted to get that plug in case this fight gets stopped early.
But this guy, you know, he's tough. Look at him. He's still fighting back. Despite him getting hurt early in the round, he's still fighting back. He's still trying to earn his respect, you know?
Marco had about 20 amateur fights. He's 38, 39 years old, a father of two, and his dream was to get a couple pro fights in before he hung it up. You know, something to tell his kids, his grandkids about that he was a professional fighter.
And that's cool to hear because, you know, sometimes you go to the barbecues or the cookouts, whatever it is, and you kind of have, I feel like more so that uncle that I could have been this, I could have been that. You know, the fact that he actually was able to step up and just gave it a try, you know, being able to put his dreams kind of rest assured to know that, hey, I gave him my best, I gave him my all, you know.
He can go to the barbecue and say, I was an amateur and a professional.
Yeah, I was able to do it, you know, instead of saying I could have this, I could
have.
Exactly, you know.
He'll be the cool Tio at the barbecue telling the boxing stories.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you know, you got this guy right here, Nathan Gomez, his pro debut. And I think no better feeling than to be able to win your pro debut in this fashion, you know, in front of all your family and friends, things like that. First round, you know, stoppage.
Yeah, and a little bit we did see from Gomez. He seemed composed. He seemed like he had his legs underneath him. He wasn't sloppy. He wasn't off balance.
Yeah.
His punches were tight. And, you know, it's hard to gauge on the first round, but like you said, this can be overwhelming for a pro.
Yeah, and I feel like the thing about him is that he saw in the first round, he found the opening, was able to take advantage of it, got his opponent down, and sometimes, you know, it's better to finish it before your opponent can even recover and become really more dangerous. You know, he was able to take advantage of him being hurt and was able to get the fight done earlier than expected.
Well, he saw a soft spot to Marco's body, and he didn't deviate from that. He knew that was going to put him down eventually, and he kept getting that body work in.
He would start off with the body shots and then just kind of finish up on top, you know, and that's the thing. You get hit with the body shot at first.
Well, Marco gave it a gallant effort. Like you said, he'll have stories to tell his kids and his grandkids.
Yeah. And you still see Nathan Gomez jumping up and down. That adrenaline's still kicking.
He wants to go another round or two, man. Coach is going to make him run around the parking lot a few times after this.
He's pointing at the crowd like, if you want, you could get some rounds too.
Coach is going to find something flawed in his first round stoppage here, and he's going to owe him some push-ups or something. Some mid or pad work in the
Ladies
back.
and gentlemen, official time. 2 minutes, 24 seconds of the very first round. Your winner by knockout in his professional debut from Temecula, California, Nathan Gomez. All right, Nathan, hold on for a minute, man. We're gonna just like the last time we got all your people over here, man, cheering you on before you even got into the ring. I know that you work with David a lot. You're at House of Pain. You guys are working endlessly, day in and day out. Tell us how you felt about it, man. Pretty exciting, huh?
Man, I'm excited. First and foremost, I want to give glory to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ. And I want to thank the best coach in the world, Dave. He took me in like his own son, and he's been there for me since the day I walked into that gym, since day one. And I've never been in a gym like that in my entire life. I want to give thanks to all my family that came and all my friends. I love them. And hey, this is only the beginning. Only the beginning.
All right, give it up for your winner. Pro debut, Nathan Gomez. Wow.
That's good to see and good to hear, Chop.
You know, these guys, it's beautiful to hear, you know, that these guys got, you know, God as a foundation where, you know, they give him thanks and all the glory, you know.
He's even got it on the back of his trunk. So let me tell you something. Not only does it say something about the young man, but it says something about his inner circle, his gym mates, his teammates, his stable mates, his coaching, his upbringing, his parents, all that. It says something about, you know, it's not by accident he's saying these things in the ring. He's around a good group of people.
His upbringing.
And being around a good group of people.
And one person that I do want to give a big shout out to is Dave, man. Dave Trujillo. It's amazing to hear the things that this guy said about Dave, because even myself, you know, since the moment I met Dave, has been nothing but a blessing to my life. You know, I've been able to, you know, have events here, and I've been able to fight, you know, a main event here. I fought a co-main before, you know, things like that, and it's all because of Dave. Great man.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next attraction of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing at 160 pounds. Introducing first, he'll be fighting out of the blue corner from Baldwin Park, California, Jonathan Plago.
We're on bout 6 of the night. We 10 bouts scheduled for tonight. All 4 rounds. All these bouts are 4 rounds tonight, Chop. So you see some good action here, and people not getting sloppy and gassing out either.
I'm not gonna lie to you. When I saw the bout sheet and I seen that all these fights were gonna be 4 rounders, I told my wife, I think you should come out and watch all of these fights, because of the simple fact that they're all 4 rounds. The time goes by quick. You have no time to waste. So you know that these guys are going to come out guns blazing, because that's one thing me and my dad talk about.
And his opponent, he'll be fighting out of the red corner from Moreno Valley, California, Widow Carlos Mesa Jr.
It's really special and awesome, like you said, to have a 10-round or a 10-bout card with all 4 rounders, and most of these guys have 5 fights or less. A lot of them are pro debuts or they got 1 fight. So, like you said, taking yourself back, all the adrenaline, all the nerves, everything. You know, they got so much to learn. The sky's the limit. The future's bright, and they're fighting under the big bright lights here at War in the Empire at Saboba Casino.
They come out with guns blazing, and that's one thing that me and my pops talk about. You know, who's gonna sign a contract to fight thinking that you're gonna lose? Nobody. You know, nobody goes in with the losing mentality. Everybody comes in with the mentality that I'm gonna win this fight. Especially it being 4 rounds. Okay, I'm going in. I gotta win this fight, and I only got 4 rounds to do it. So you're coming out with a full head of steam, you know, ready to go. And like you said, a lot of these guys are pro debuts. So they want to come out and show out, not just fight, but be able to perform.
And it's so special, you know, you got your family, your teammates, your stable mates, your gym members, your family members, big crowds out here for all these guys that are making their pro debut. And I love to see that. That's something special, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next attraction of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing at a contracted weight of 160 pounds. At ringside, your 3 judges scoring this bout will be Adrian Corona, George Cruz, and Damian Walton. And in the ring, the man laying the law when the bell sounds, referee Ray Amendares. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he's wearing the white and black trim trunks. He weighed in officially at 158 1/2 pounds. His professional record, 1 victory, 1 defeat with 1 bout even. His lone victory coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Baldwin Park, California, presenting Jonathan Flagler. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the green and Versace gold trim trunks. He went in officially at 158 1/2 pounds. His professional record, 1 victory, no defeat. His lone victory coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Moreno Valley, California, presenting the undefeated widow, Carlos Mesa Jr.
Hometown boy,
Once again,
Moreno
Ray
Valley,
Amendares for
with the
instructions.
Versace shorts on, so I can't wait to see this guy in action.
This guy came out making sure that his outfit's looking good.
All right, look at here. From here
Now
on
we
up,
just got to make sure his
good for
boxing
you.
is looking good, you
There
know?
you go.
this is the line for you. Any punches that touch these lines will be considered legal. I've given both of you instructions in the dressing room. I expect a clean, fair fight. Touch them up. Back to your corners, gents.
And I don't know if you noticed, but that's the thing about all these fights. They're almost all even fights, you know? You got these guys, Carlos Mesa versus Jonathan Pliago. Jonathan has 1 loss, you know, but he has also 1 win, one by KO. Carlos Mesa 1-0, 1 KO. These guys are all just very similar in matchmaking.
They're all kind of 50-50, 60-40
Yeah.
type fights. And, you know, I noticed coming from Nevada with my commission out there, the California Commission, they don't want 90-10 fights or 80-20 fights. You know, they want the 60-40, 50-50 type fights.
And that's what makes why do you think you hear the fans all screaming, going crazy? You know, because these are all great, interesting fights. Guerrero landing a nice left hook, right hand. Guerrero being the more composed, nice jab, nice, more fundamental fighter.
Went down low and came back up and cut him up top there, setting his punches up. Nice stab. I love that stab to the body. Again, dude, I love that punch. And then he goes with the straight right down there, too. He's mixing it up. Oh, he had his hand, went straight back and had his hands down, chop.
And
that's chin out.
And yeah, that's the problem. When you go back, you don't want to have that chin up because, you know, sometimes they return the fire and you don't. That's the position you don't want to be at, with your head up, chin out.
But there again, hands low in that chin right there. Let's watch that. He's got to be careful. There's a little head movement there.
The offense is looking great. It's just that defense when he's on his way out, you know.
Oh, I love that punch to the body, and he came over the top.
That body shot hurts anybody, you know. Especially when you're cutting weight, you rehydrate, and you eat. Sometimes some fighters eat things that they're not supposed to. They're gonna feel those shots.
There you go. Nice probing with the jab, and it came behind
That
with the
jab,
backhand. Yeah.
that jab is what's setting everything up. You know, that jab to the body, that jab up on top.
Nice stab again. Oh,
Just not to go straight back. You know, that's that's a problem sometimes. You know, you line yourself up.
And I hear his coach is giving those directions in the corner.
Oh. And these guys are going back and forth, you know.
Whoa.
You see, in that case, you know, it was a lot better that he rolled instead of pulled back. Maybe he pulled back, he would have lined himself in a situation where he could have got caught. The fact that he rolled avoided all danger.
Correct. John John's coming in with some heat. He sees
Yeah.
he's pulling straight back, so he's trying to really throw, drop onto those backhands.
And
time I'm on the way back.
And I think he kind of sees that he's outclassed as far as offensive goes, but he's seeing like, you know, he just got to take risk and just throw big punches. Hopefully, you know, something lands.
Nice body work, though. I noticed this last half of this round, John John's throwing some good body punches.
Let's go. Go. Keep going. Keep going.
This is scrap. They're both going back and forth here, man.
And like you said, these are 50-50 fights, man. These are fights, and those are good body shots right there. That body shot hurt him. You see him take that deep breath right there? That body shot. That's what, those body shots, they'll hurt anybody, you know. Sometimes, you know, you go head hunting, you get excited because, you know, everybody loves headshots. But what really hurts are those body shots.
That was a great first round. Great action there, man.
Yeah.
Great action. Great first round. And both opponents, when both opponents went to the body, I saw the opposite opponent start to lose a little steam.
You see it. You see them take those little things. They could be such as little step backs, little things like that.
And their facial expression change, their body language changes.
And then you even
quick.
see them take a deep breath, like, ooh, you know. And that's what I'm saying, man. We are human, and there's some people that they could take headshots all day, but certain body shots.
Ooh. That was great action there in the first round, Chop. Great action.
If you notice, every first round, every fight comes out gun blazing. You know, these guys, they've never heard of fill-out rounds. And this guy, Carlos Mesa, man, I'm very familiar with him. He's born and raised in the same city where I grew up in. I was born and raised as well. You know, they got their own food restaurant spot, you know, in Riverside. And this guy, he's fighting more so not because he needs to fight or anything like that, but more for the love of the game. You know, he has his own restaurant. He's doing good. Oh, my goodness, what a over right hand.
He's locked in.
He's locked in.
Take a deep breath, calm down.
And that adrenaline, you know, you get too excited, you feel it, you see your opponents hurt.
Set up, don't get sloppy.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you know. Oh, another right hand. That guy is hurt.
Now he's going straight back.
Yeah.
I noticed Mesa made the adjustment, though. He's rolling. I see him rolling now.
Yeah, instead of pulling straight back.
Yes, that's made a big difference.
And that right. That was, I think, a low blow shot. Yeah.
Carlos needs to collect himself and straighten those punches
Yeah.
out. Stay tight, stay sharp.
And there's just so much going on. You know, with this fight going crazy, you hear the coaches right here on the side going crazy. And
coaches are telling him right decision, stay on the body.
Yeah. Because now the guy's hurt, and he's watching for headshots.
Go low, go high.
And now he lands a good left hook. And an overhand. But if you notice now his hands are high, now you go back down low.
This kid's got a chin on him.
Yeah.
He's taking some big shots. And he's walking him back. He's still coming
He
forward.
took some big shots, and the fact that he's
digging to the body here. There you go.
Back to the body.
Go low, go high. Go low, go high. Chop, what a great fight here. You got to smile from ear to ear here, man.
I'm not going to lie, man. This is a dream job right here. Being able to sit up front, be able to watch fights like these, man.
Where you get a free ticket to ringside and do something you love, dude.
Exactly, man. Having the time of my life, you know.
Now, I hope Carlos didn't empty his tank there, you know, with the adrenaline and, you know, kind of zap his tank a little bit here. He's breathing heavy and his mouth's open.
That's the thing, you know, sometimes you get your opponent hurt and you see that the end is near, you go for it. Sometimes the end wasn't as near as you thought it was. And you just got to learn. This is all experience, you know. This is where you learn things like this. Where
nice uppercut and a hook there.
But what the other guy's doing now good, Jonathan Pliago, is he's touching the body a little bit more. He knows that kind of Carlos kind of gassed himself a little bit, and now he's touching the body a little bit more.
What I see with Jonathan, he's not staying in that mid to long range where he's getting caught. He's staying in that mid to close range, and he's able to land the body work. And man, look at these guys.
But these guys are both throwing big shots, you know.
Look at that body by John.
It gets scary because when you start throwing big shots like that, it's a 50-50. Who gets to land that one first and cleaner?
What I've noticed in this fight, whoever's walking straight back's losing the fight.
Yeah,
losing the round.
yeah, for
in
sure.
This fight, both guys, whoever's walking straight back is getting hit.
And I think it's scary because they're kind of walking back with their head straight up. And
down, chin out.
Yeah, chin out, exactly. And both of them are going for those home run shots. I would have Carlos Mesa up 2-0 right now, but it's a fight. It's a fight that you can't, you know, it's not like he's dominating. You know, he dropped him, landing clean, very good shots, but then Jonathan comes right back, and you know he's not. Look at shots like that overhand right. Crazy. He has a chin on him because you could tell this guy Carlos loaded, boom,
oh,
catch and shoot. But this guy's still standing, you know, and not only is he just standing, but he's throwing.
He's cut too. He's John's cut. I didn't notice that too.
I didn't even notice that either.
I don't know. That was a headbutt or maybe from those shots.
I think we're so into the fight that we didn't even.
I didn't even see he had a cut, man. Yeah.
And it's a pretty big cut as well.
Yeah, they're on that cut, man. They got the adrenaline in there. They got the Q-tip with the adrenaline. They got the Vaseline kind of. Yeah, that's right on the brow. That looks pretty big.
Yeah, and that kind of cut will affect you because that blood will go into your eye. You won't be able to see much, and sometimes you got shots coming from that side of the vision where you don't see because it's all blurred out from the blood, and you could walk right into a punch.
He's walked right into a couple of those check hooks, dude, and I don't know if it was a headbutt or those check hooks hitting right on that soft spot of the brow and the bone there.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was by a punch because, man, Carlos landed a couple of solid punches where he loaded up on him and landed him. And the fact that Jonathan still was able to stand up from that is crazy.
Well, you know, like you said, it's probably 2 rounds and none with a 10-8 round, but, you know, on the replay here, I'm looking at Carlos's face, and he's got, you know, he's got some punch marks on his face right there, too.
Yeah, it's not
easy.
easy.
This is a war, yeah.
It's not easy.
He's earning this one. He's earning this. He's earning his paycheck on this one.
Every single fight, man.
Let's see how that cut handles in this round here.
It looks like they closed it up well. It doesn't look like it's leaking or anything like that, but...
One chuck hook. And
yeah, that's all it takes.
Looks like his coaches, Carlos's coaches look like, oh, man, calmed him down a little bit, but here we go again.
Yeah, these guys going to go right back to it. These guys
go the China cabinet again, dude.
And I think it's risky for both these guys because they're both throwing with bad intentions, but they're both standing tall with their chins out, and...
Carlos has got to be smart here, Chop, because he is probably out 2 rounds and none with the 10-8. He's probably winning 3-0 right now, you know, points-wise. And I would like to see him stay in that mid and long range and box.
Yeah, and be able to box and be able to weather the storm in the way. Like, okay, I punched myself out a little bit that last round. Let me recup. Let me get my gas tank back again, you know. And then last round, I'll be able to close the show off stronger.
I don't know if I like him right in the pocket here.
Yeah, it's risky.
I see John framing him out and then using the leverage, getting the frame with his forearm, and then landing some big shots on him. I'd definitely be in mid to long range at this point in time.
I think if he just uses his jab just to keep him off of him, you know, straight punches just like that, you know.
Yeah, lead with the backhand every once in a while, change his elevations.
But I think it's tough too, though, because you hear his coaches, you know, yelling, go, go. And, you know, naturally as a fighter, you're used to just listening to your coaches, but, you know, you could tell Weddle kind of punched himself out that last round. You know, being able to just kind of recover, weather the storm, get his air back. Hey, he still got one more last round to work with, you know?
John still seems pretty composed there.
Oh, good body shot. Good body shot. Good body shot right there.
Oh, there we go again. Hands down on the way out. And you saw John angle out on that, too. The angle, that was beautiful. Angle
did again, yeah.
He found something there.
He's starting to find the home for those angles.
He's angling to the right and throwing his front hand there. Angle down
again.
Who's that? That's all who? Who does that, man?
That's Bam Lomachenko,
Lomachenko,
you know. And now he's starting to feel like, then look at him, another angle. He's just starting to kind of get his groove on, you know. But I think one thing that Carlos has to do is just kind of not let him build that rhythm again. Either touch the body or something to be able to cut that just the same way he did right there.
That range right there.
Yeah, exactly.
No need to get in that close range.
He gets in that close range, and that's where he starts angling around them and starts having success. And I feel like for both fighters, you can kind of see that the steam is not the same no more, you know? They're both kind of just...
Well, what I like on those angles that John's doing, too, he's throwing the light to medium punches.
Yeah,
He's not loading up on it. He's making sure they're scoring blows.
For sure.
A lot of guys will cut that angle and then wind up on something. By then, it's too late. The guy backed out or covered up.
No doubt. Sometimes you get that angle and you see it, so you want to do that home run punch, but then by that time, you know, they're able to pick their hands up or get around it.
As soon as he's angling, he's throwing.
Yeah,
a medium, a light to medium punch, and it's landing flush.
And it's landing where it's kind of throwing
Ladies and gentlemen,
Carlos
at
off
this time,
balance.
we'd like to welcome a very
he's not ready
special
for it.
guest here
Maybe it's not the most
at
effective,
ringside,
but
one
it
of the
throws him
greatest
off balance,
heavyweights
and then if
to
Jonathan
ever
capitalize
do
on
it.
it, you know, be able to
39
follow up or something like
victories,
that.
34 by knockout. Ladies and gentlemen, big round of applause for the Nightmare, Chris Arreola.
Chris Arreola, definitely a nightmare. You know, somebody that I wouldn't want to share the ring with.
He's over there with a big smile on his face, like he wants to get in the ring and put a hurting on somebody.
I'm not gonna lie to you. Me seeing this fight, everything, my adrenaline is rushing. You know, you watching this fight, they're going back and forth.
You almost want to stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for both warriors. This is the fourth and final round.
And I'm telling you, Carlos Mesa, a very good friend of mine. You know, somebody that I go to his restaurant daily. His restaurant also sponsors me for my fight, things like that. So it's hard for me to not give him instructions. I want to yell and tell, you know, but try my best to just kind of hold my composure.
I like when Carlos is in that middle.
That jab right there. That stab jab.
Do that the whole round.
And that stab jab, you can tell, is very effective. He hits him, and the guy takes a step, and boom, throws him off, everything like that, you know? It's a stab jab that's very effective. But then when he kind of lets him walk right in and start doing those angles on him.
Clinch him.
Yeah, exactly. Keep him off you with that jab, you know?
Oh! Beautiful uppercut.
And it's like he almost timed it. He kind of knew he was going to angle out, and as soon as he angled, boom.
That's a good adjustment. There's angle.
It's
a great fight.
Hey, but right now, this round, it comes all down to condition and heart, you know? Who wants it more and who, you know, who's more in shape for it, because these guys are both tired. They both gotten hit with the best shots. Oh, good body shot.
Man, these guys are warriors, man. These guys are warriors.
These guys, man, what a fight. And like I told you, man, these 4-round fights. Sometimes when it's a more round fight, you know, a fighter will tend to pace themselves more because they know, okay, I still got 2 more rounds, 4 more rounds, whatever the case. But they know that this is the last round, and they both know that even though Carlos has dropped him twice, it can still be a close fight. So these guys are both coming in to try to seal the deal. And then angle.
Hats off to John, dude. Hats off to John.
Oh.
Body.
Yeah, that body shot. I was thinking the same thing, body shot. Yeah, just go for it, you know, just body shots.
He could have thrown 2 to the body right there. Bam.
Oh, landed a good hook. Oh, but that angle. These guys both do certain things that are good for both of them, you know? But then they both do certain things that's not good, you know? Oh!
Well, it's going to be a huge learning lesson for both. It's a great fight.
Experience. Flurry to the body. Look at that. Now he drops his hands down to the body. Why? Because those body shots are effective, you know? Like, even if you prepare yourself for him in a 4-round fight, your tank is giving out on you, you're tired, and you're trying to breathe, and then you're getting hit to the body.
That cuts open back up, too, man.
What a hook. And he walked, oh my gosh.
Carlos is coming back.
What a fight.
This is a great back and forth fight.
What a fight. It gets to a point where boxing goes out the window, and this is like, you know, this is a fighter. Now you got to fight it out. You got to fight it out. Oh, good body shot. Look at him. He takes a deep breath. Hey, these guys, man. Oh, man.
Look at that, fella.
Oh, what overhand. Oh, man. I can only imagine what both these guys are thinking in there. Hey, they're probably both thinking, like, when is this bell going to ring? What a crazy fight.
That's when you're in there as a ref, and you're under your breath. You're like, short time, guys. Hold it together. Short time. Don't quit. Short time.
Oh, man.
I would say, as of right now, that's fight of the night right now.
For sure. And even though, you know, there was a knockdown, it was never like, both these guys, man, got heart, grit. You know, you got Jonathan that was dropped early in the fight. didn't give up, didn't quit, still fought his way back in.
Jonathan got dropped and got that big cut over his eye and still finished strong.
Man.
Warrior mentality.
Warrior mentality. Then you got Carlos Mesa that he went in for the kill, trying to get that guy out of there. And man, this guy had a chin on him. You know, he was tough. You see from the replay, look at shots. Big shots were landing on both guys, but.
And that's a learning lesson for Carlos. He dropped him, had a cut on him, but wasn't able to finish him, but completed the fight. That's a huge experience and learning lesson. You're not going to get everybody out of it.
Yeah, and being able to pace yourself in the way, like, okay, I got him, I dropped him, but let me pace myself at the same time, because who knows what this guy, if he's still going to last, or, you know.
And John landed big shots down the stretch, too, and start angling out, landing good combinations and good punches, too.
I think that guy, John was able to adjust. He adjusted well, you know, but I just think in the 4-round fight, it was tough for him to crawl back into the fight, because, you know, with that knockdown, he's already down 2 points, and even if he lost one more round, the fight, you know, just kind of slipped away from him.
He kept working because you never know what could happen.
Yeah.
Carlos could have got tired.
Yeah.
Could have got caught with something.
Exactly.
You never know. You could have won the fight, but hats off to John too. But I have Carlos winning this.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Easily by decision.
But I think, man, at the end, the ones who really wanted the fans tonight, the whole fight, from the first round to the last one, you heard everybody going crazy. Even the coaches in the corner, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know I keep saying it again, but a round of applause for both of these warriors. Another amazing matchup here at Saboba Casino. After 4 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. Judge Adrian Corona scored the contest 38-37, while judges George Cruz and Damian Walton scored the contest 39-36 for your winner by unanimous decision. From Moreno Valley, California, Carlos Widow Mesa Jr. And a round of applause for his very game opponent, Jonathan Plago. Thank you, gentlemen.
So even with the knockdown on that, some of the judges did give John a few rounds.
Yeah. So that knockdown played a big role.
So.
That knockdown played a big role. But man, my hats off to both of these guys, man. What a fight! And man, real winners.
Come on over, Widow, real quick, bro. Come on over. Let's spend a couple of questions with the winner, bro. Yeah, a lot of support behind you. You guys came deep. The whole gym came deep, bro. Listen, at first you were hitting him, but he was hanging with you, man. He was giving shots. This was like a Rocky movie, bro. Back and forth, incredible fight.
Yeah, he came to fight, and that's what I expected, you know. I didn't expect anything like a walkover or any fly through the park. I knew it was going to come to fight, so.
Any shout-outs you want to give before I let you go and celebrate your victory?
Shout out to my family and everybody who came to support me, man. Thank you very much.
All right, give it a guys for the undefeated fighter, Widow Mesa Jr. Great fight here. War in the Empire 3.
Help him on the stairs, man. All right, Chop, this next fight, we have the Battle of the Bryans here. This next fight, Battle of the Bryans. Brian Domingo here with the House of Pain promotion versus the other Brian from Sweet Science Gym in Hawthorne, California. Coach Marco Trejo out there and everybody out the Sweet Science Gym. Now on paper, you look at this, Brian Domingo's coming to fight.
Yeah.
He kind of has that baby pit bull style here. You look at the matchups here, and the records have a big discrepancy here. But I want to see how this goes, because Brian Domingo comes to fight. He walks forward, he comes to fight.
I feel like at this point in these fights, we're at a point where it's like, forget the boxing records. You know, you've been seeing every fight is 50-50.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next attraction of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing at a contracted weight of 140 pounds. Introducing first, he'll be fighting out of the blue corner from Inglewood, California, Brian Alvarado.
And you could say in this case, it's like you said, it is the battle of the Bryans. Who gets the right for the name of Brian? Whoever wins is the real Brian. No, I'm just kidding.
I tell you what, pretty impressive crowd tonight, man. Full house out here tonight, man. I'm happy to see that. Everybody coming out, showing some love, showing us support, buying some tickets, supporting these fighters out here.
And I'm not going to lie to you. I'm pretty sure that this next event that they have is going to be the same thing. You know, they keep putting up fights like this. Man, I'd love to be a part of it again myself.
I'm sure they'd love to have you back here, man. I'm
Yes,
sure
sir.
they'd love
Yes,
to have
sir.
you.
And his opponent, he'll be fighting out of the red corner from Temecula, California, Brian Domingo.
And I think right here on our belt sheet, we got it mixed up on the records and things like that because they have Brian Domingo as a red corner, but Brian, oh no, yeah, he is red corner.
He is
oh,
the red corner. And I was going to point that out. How many times you see the red corner, has the underwater record and usually the blue corner.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
He's a hometown boy. He's a house fighter. Kinds of fight. He kind of has that pit bull cruise look.
And
like
I was
that.
just about to mention that.
He's the baby pit bull cruiser. And don't let the record deceive you. This kid comes to fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next attraction of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing at a contracted weight of 140 pounds. At ringside, the 3 judges scoring this bout will be Adrian Corona, George Cruz, and Damian Walton. And in the ring, the man laying the law when the bell sounds, referee Ivan Guillermo. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he's wearing the black and red trim trunks. He weighed in officially at 139 3/4 pounds. His professional record, 6 victories, 1 defeat, 1 of his victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Inglewood, California, presenting Brian Alvarado. And his opponent in this battle of the Bryans, fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the red, black, and gold. He went in officially at 139 1/2 pounds. He is a veteran of 6 professional fights, fighting out of and representing Temecula, California, Brian Domingo. Once again, referee Ivan Guillermo for instructions.
You know, and that just goes to show you Brian Domingo taking this fight. You know, fighting a prospect, up-and-coming prospect with a 5-1 record, and Domingo got his first professional win on the last event, and he chose to take this fight. It says something about the young man.
And that's the thing about his record. You know, he's 1-4. You would assume, oh, maybe it's quick to be able to judge his record, but look at what kind of fights he's taking. You know, the opposition that he's fighting against. A lot of times, these kind of fighters are a lot more dangerous than a fighter that could even be 5-1, because maybe 5-1, yeah, he's looking good on paper, but who has he really fought? As for this guy, you know, you go on paper and he's taking tough fight after tough fight after tough fight.
And giving tough fighters rounds.
Exactly.
He's going to move forward and he's going to throw heavy heat.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Brian out of the blue corner's going to have his hands full here.
Yeah, because you kind of see he has that pit bull look, and he also has a little bit of that pit bull style.
Yeah, look at those. He has that high guard, walking in the high guard, and
coming forward, looks strong too.
Throwing a lot of hooks.
Yep.
Takes one of those to buzz you, and it changes everything.
Yeah. Looking straight left, that landed. Ooh.
You see Brian out of the blue corner, staying on that back leg, trying to be smart. trying to catch him coming in, even if with the jab coming in. I mean, that snaps someone's head back.
And you hear the thud behind those punches, you know, even though he's hitting him maybe in the gloves, whatever it is, you hear that there's power behind those punches.
Well, this is definitely a fight when you get in with Domingo. You definitely don't want to move straight back with your chin up and your hands down because you're going to get caught.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
He fought an up-and-coming prospect his last fight, and that's what the young man did. He walked straight back with his chin up, and Brian Domingo was able to get the victory. And it landed some hard shots on him.
And look at that that overhand left.
Just barely missed.
Yeah.
And he paused with you with the front hand. I don't think he expects it to land or touch you, but that's just something to set other things up down the road.
Almost to kind of range it. Just range, okay, you're close enough, take this, boom.
And get your hands up, or you leaning to the other side, and he's going to come over the top of it.
Kind of disguise, being able to disguising it so that he can land that big overhand left.
Trying to move you over, move you off your spot. God, he does look like Pitbull, too, doesn't he, man? I got a couple pictures with Pitbull at the Knucklehead Boxing Gym in Las Vegas.
I'm gonna take a couple pictures with this guy and tell everybody this was Pitbull.
Yeah. I got a couple at my home gym there in Las Vegas, Knucklehead Boxing Gym. Sean Gibbons, Manny Pacquiao's manager. We got he manages Pitbull Cruz too.
Oh, okay.
A couple pictures with him over there.
Oh, look at that.
Well, and it's an awkward style, Chop. I mean, it's hard to prepare for this in the gym. This is an awkward style. Just Domingo's height and body features, and then the way he comes at you is not really an orthodox textbook type of boxer.
For sure, you get the call that knowing that you're going to fight a guy like this. You see some tape on him, and it's hard to be able to find sparring, and like you said, hard to get ready for a fighter like himself, because this guy is kind of fighting a fight that you wouldn't necessarily encourage, you know, but some fighters, it works for them, you know, and in his case, it works for him, you know. He's coming out strong, rugged, and you just hope that he doesn't land that overhand left, you know, that big overhand left.
He makes the fight kind of choppy. He's making, and if anything, he's making Brian think out of the blue corner and work. Now, Brian could have threw the backhand there. You saw he kept angling out. He had an opportunity to stud in and land, but he didn't want any more of that, and he backed out.
Yeah,
that
he'd
was a missed opportunity.
Exactly. He'd rather get himself out of harm's way instead of sometimes taking that risk, because he knows it's coming with that risk, a shot like that.
Yeah. Like I said, very hard to prepare, and even with Brian's record out of the blue corner, it's hard to prepare for something like this. This is something unique.
And it's tough because in a 4-round fight, say maybe you want to take your time and try to box him a little bit more. You got this guy that's coming forward, you know, being the aggressor. The judges see that, and they might just be scoring him those rounds. So as much as you want to play it safe, sometimes at the same time you got to take some risks, because if not, you're just losing these rounds.
I think Brian Domingo out of the red corner, his last fight, that's how he pulled off the decision. It was a pretty close fight, but he was the aggressor. He made the fight, and that was enough to give him the edge and knock off a debuter that was a very good prospect and had a good amateur career.
And I think naturally that's kind of what it comes down to. You know, even though the fight is tough, and people say maybe he was aggressive, but he wasn't landing clearly. But at the same time, to the naked eye, you know, you're seeing that he wants to fight more. He wants to win more than the other guy. You know,
you can't deduct him for that.
Exactly.
You can't deduct him for that. He's moving forward and throwing punches.
And in a situation, I never myself at least seen. I don't know if it's possible or not, where they judge a round even. You know, you got to give a round to somebody. So in a situation where the round is close and things like that, well, hey, who kind of wanted it more? Who showed me that they wanted to win more? You know, and you give it to that guy, the aggressor.
The older days of boxing, that was a little more. Look at this guy just coming in, throwing hooks, man.
Yeah.
What a pit bull he is. What a pit bull he is, dude. And he's right on his chest. He's not letting Brian out of the blue corner breathe at all, or get set in and relax and get set in.
Looks could be deceiving, but not in this case.
That's a nice uppercut, Brian.
Oh, nice straight left. Yeah. Both of these guys are both landing flush punches.
Brian trying to catch him coming in with that uppercut off his back leg. But look, even getting on his bike there, man, he has no room to breathe.
But now he's touching the body a little bit more, you know, seeing that this guy, he's a pit bull. He's coming in strong, you know. You got to slow him down some way, and what's the best way to slow him down? Body shots. Oh.
Get those hands tight to your face again.
Yeah. And that's the scary part when you're in the clinch. You know, some people tend to rest. You know, and in that situation, you got to be ready because,
and 3 times. You see that?
The same hand.
Yeah, the sweat flying off it.
Good uppercut. Some fighters do better in the inside, you know?
That was a shoulder uppercut. He got a little shoulder in there, too.
Oh, what an overhand
This
left.
Domingo's got an intense look on his face
Yeah.
coming at you, Chop. Could you imagine being in sparring or fighting and this guy's got that look just coming in?
I
He's
would've-
happy to be there, dude.
And,
yeah.
and that's just a sparring. Imagine how this guy's feeling, you know, with them little 8-ounce gloves, no headgear. You know, even I'm pretty sure him catching these punches is hurting him, you know, because you can see the power in him. Ooh, that's just scary because he threw a punch and he went with it. He caught on the way out.
I'd
You
say
know.
Domingo's on him like a wet T-shirt, man. He's sticking on him like a wet T-shirt.
Yeah.
Oh!
Oh, and then a good body shot. All of these guys, like I said, man, forget the records. All that goes out the window. You're seeing that these fights are all 50-50 fights, you know. One has a good moment, one fighter has a good moment, then the other fighter comes right back and make sure he takes it away. You know, these fights are all tough, man.
Nice
Good body shot, little head movement with a nice little inside body shot.
Rolled on that a little
And those
bit,
are the little body shots that people don't see, but those hurt, you know.
Well, and the other fighters are not expecting it.
Yeah, yeah.
He didn't see it. He wasn't prepared for it.
Exactly. And the shots, those are the ones that hurt, the ones that you didn't see, the ones that you didn't get to brace yourself for.
The heads are clashing
Yeah,
together,
that's-
too. Heads are clashing. One thing I would like to see about, from Domingo is I noticed with his last fight, too, he gets good leverage, but he's not turning his punches.
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
not hitting with the knuckles, Chop.
Oh, and I think he
He's
caught him with some
there.
big shots.
Hit him there, dude. They're almost slapping.
Yeah.
Or should I say chopping?
But it's almost like he kind of hurt you. It's like, what about this one? Bam, and hit him with a gold one. These guys, man, these fights.
Well, we got 2 rounds here. I mean, how do you have this?
I don't
How do you
know.
have that?
I would want to say 1-1 just
One
because
each, yeah.
both rounds, it's just up in the air for both of these guys, you know. It's right now, I would love to be a commentator, but I would hate to be a judge. You know?
I'd like to hear the advice that the Sweet Science coach is giving Brian out of the blue corner right now. Like, what kind of adjustments are you making right now?
Yeah, for sure. And it's just hard to be able to adjust in such little time. You know, you got 4 rounds. It's hard. You know, time is
And Brian from the blue corner walking back, it's hard for him to get off any kind of punches with leverage on it because he's just being swarmed and overwhelmed.
And
there.
it's hard because naturally you would say don't pull back, but if he rolls, he might just roll into his head, and they might just be able to clash heads.
And even on that, you saw good defense there, but because of the angles, kind of those Maidana or Pitbull style, it still caught his chin a little bit, even with good defense.
Still got through, and that's the thing about them little gloves, you know?
They slide in.
It's just little. It's a game of inches in this situation. Look at this guy; he came out.
No headgear, no 14-ounce sparring gloves or whatever.
And you just see some punches. You're just seeing the sweat coming off both of their heads. You know. Look at that.
There's another fan-friendly, money-worth type fight here,
Yes, sir.
man.
Definitely is. I can only imagine how the fans, you know. And I'm not gonna lie to you. This is why, for a lot of reasons, I love local fights. You know, because they could be intimate as well, where you get a closer view. You get to see all the sweat, and you, not only that, but these 50-50 fights going back and forth. You know, you get to see your money's worth on it.
I had to jump back in here, guys, because I want to tell you something. Last time Jason was here, they put him against a guy that had a real lopsided record, and he beat him. He was bloody, he was cut, but he did not stop doing what he's doing now, and eventually the other fighter got tired and got really frustrated. How do you combat someone like this, Chop? How do you keep this guy from putting his head right in the chin and right in your chest and your neck? How do you keep someone like that off of you?
It's difficult. It's very difficult because, you know, the way he comes in with a full head of steam, you know, and sometimes he comes in with his head forward. So sometimes you're not only worried about the punches, but you're also worried about head clashes, you know, the way. So I would say the best thing is to kind of throw in feints to get him to launch himself and expect him to come fully with a full head of steam, be able to get your head off the line, maybe taking a step to the right instead of stepping straight back and catching him at an angle where, okay, now you can, you know, being able to step around. But it's hard.
Circle out.
It's hard, though, because even though he tried to circle around, he hit him with a looping hook, you know?
Caught him on the way
Man,
out.
these kind of fighters, it's difficult. And for the same reason, I'm pretty sure this is why all his fights, he has to fight tough opponents, because and even at that pressure, tough opponents don't even want to take a fight like him because it's difficult. It's a difficult fight.
And Jason, you know, because you were commentating, he did not stop. I don't know where he gets the energy and the fortitude to keep doing this, but it's all every second of every minute of every round that this kid is doing what he's doing right now.
You're gonna get a workout coming in with Brian Domingo, and like like you said, it's not going to look pretty, but I think you have to, like you said, feint, move in, move out, circle out,
Use
clinch,
your legs.
use your legs. You have to use your feet and your legs.
And I think more than anything, you know, from the beginning, touch the body, you know, because like you guys said, this guy does not stop. This guy doesn't stop. And you got to make his body go against him in a way where, in his mind, stopping is not an option. He's going to keep coming. So what can you do? You got to hit the body, you know?
Even with his backs to the rope, he won that exchange.
Yeah,
he won that exchange with his backs on the ropes.
And there's certain fighters like himself where these guys are not thinking about stop. That's not an option for them. They're just like, go, go, go. And
Chop, could you imagine if this guy dropped 10 pounds and fought at super feather? You
oh,
know,
man, this got to be a problem.
Yeah, at super feather.
We got a big cut, guys.
On the head. Imagine this guy, instead of 140, fought at 130.
And you see that it was a head clash because right now Brian Domingo comes,
happen.
you know, he comes to his corner and he's holding his head, and you see this guy, you know, he got a mean old cut. And like I said, you know, fighting fighters like this, it's difficult and it's risky because of things like this, head clashes. And just because it's a 4-round fight, you would want to be able to come back into the ring. But now with the cut like this, you got to take time off. Now you got to let it heal. You got to let it fully heal because it'll be sensitive to a point where you spar right away or anything like that, thinking it closed up, it could reopen right away.
You're stuck to bag work and mitt work and road work. You can't even spar.
Exactly.
Some of the highlights there of him and Brian Domingo still able to get off his shots even in the clinch. You know, these lead hooks that he throws in the clinch are what's landing, and they're landing hard, Jason.
And that was almost like a power jab he threw there.
Yeah, and if I was Brian Albaran, I would try to keep it long, you know. I would try to throw straight punches down the middle because when you're kind of trading hooks for hooks, it's just a matter of who's going to land the better, quicker hook, you know. And in a fight like that, 50-50, I don't like those odds, you know. Giving your opponent a 50% chance to be able to knock you out, for me, it seems too high.
Well, round number 4, and Brian Albaran cut over the right eye. It's already bleeding again. And I don't know if Domingo's going to try to take advantage of it or not, but there he goes.
I think
like
he is.
He's going for kill, and he's still leading with his head there.
Almost like a shark, you know. He sees blood and he's going for it.
But I'm telling you, if I'm in Domingo's corner, I think I'm up 2-1.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be doing this right now. I mean, it's causing Albaran to catch him with shots already early in the round.
But I think at the same time, you know, when you're fighting a 4-round fight, you're up 2-1.
Gotta go for it.
You gotta go for it if you want to win.
If you're up 2-1
and then 2-1 is risky, you know, because that's maybe what you think, but you know what's on the scorecard. Maybe he could be up 2-1, you know. And sometimes when it's times like that, you
gotta go for it.
Yeah, you gotta go for it, you know.
Well, that cut on Albaran's gonna need some work after the fight, unfortunately. And you're right, probably looking at 90 or 120 days to rest on that, which will cost him maybe a fight or two, but
Domingo, I think you test his heart. You keep going forward, keep doing what you're doing.
It's pretty bad. They're going to actually have the doctor look at it. It's pretty deep, right on the lid.
Well, guys, here, if the fight does get stopped here on a 4-round fight, ABC rules, California rules, we've gotten 3 rounds in. This would go to the...
that's it.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go in here and find out exactly what the decision is, because if they ruled it a head clash, you're right, we've gone through 3. I'm going to find out what's going on right now.
Accidental or on purpose, it was accidental. No one said it was, flagrant foul or anything like that.
And that's the thing that I'm still trying to get the hang of. You know, every state got different rules, a set of rules. So, like you guys said, they've already went 3 rounds. There's a 4th round and stopped. I'm not too sure if it goes to the scorecards or what the situation is. But it does, look at that cut, man. It looks deep. It looks big. It looks... And I mean, even though it was the last round, you know, you don't want to, you want to protect the fighter. And it's the referee's job to protect the fighter. You know, it's a big, deep cut, last round. You know, they're going to, I believe they're going to the judges' scorecards. So,
right there, too. You know, it's a good stoppage by a ref, but you were close to the end, too.
Yeah.
But you don't want to ruin a kid's life or ruin a kid's career.
Some people may argue, you know, oh, why stop it? It's the last round of the fight. The round's about to end. But at the same time, man, with the way that Brian Domingo was coming in, you know, it could have been another head clash. You know, anything could have happened in those last minutes. And it's a ref shop. That's what a ref is hired to do, to save and protect fighters from their own selves, you know.
And you see Brian out of blue corner. That eye not only cut, it's starting to blacken up underneath his eye there.
And that's just because it's fresh, you know. But you got to let it sit in, and who knows? Maybe tomorrow it's gonna feel blow up. Exactly. the refs, they know what they're doing when they look at a cut like that.
Class like that too, you don't know if orbital bone is broken, the cheek there, or
knowing that it was from a head clash, exactly.
And this kid's got a big, strong head.
Yeah,
here.
yeah, exactly.
What kind
He
of damage is done
comes
there.
in with his head, so maybe he could have got that momentum of coming in with his head, as maybe Brian Albaran was going to throw a punch, and just that impact of both of them coming in at the same time. And the fact that I was able to see Brian Domingo come back to his corner, he was rubbing his head,
Yeah.
It says and that's he didn't get the worst end of it, but yeah, it still hurt him. I can only imagine the other guy.
Well, that's not something that you like seeing at all. It's part of the game, and it happens in the course of all this action like that. It's very unfortunate for Brian out of the blue corner, and I hope for a speedy, healthy recovery for him. And he fought hard and diligently, and you just hate to see stuff like that happen, but it's part of the game.
It's part of the game, and especially when you're fighting a guy like Brian Domingo, these guys, this is their style, coming in strong, coming in throwing big punches. I can see why, for Brian Domingo, I'm pretty sure tough for him to get fights, and a lot of fighters avoid him, because it's never going to be pretty in there with him,
Ladies and gentlemen, referee Ivan Guillermo, on the advice of the doctor, calls a halt to this contest. Because the head clash was accidental and we started the 4th round, we must go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges, Adrian Corona, George Cruz, and Damian Walton, scored the contest 39-37 for your winner by unanimous decision, Brian Domingo.
Hey, when he said Brian, I took a little pause because I'm like, they're both Brian.
That's the correct decision. You got to remember, 3 full rounds were in, and you got 30 seconds or a minute in the 4th round, so they got to score that round too.
And that's one thing that I was going to ask you, because I wasn't too sure if they were going to score that last round or not, so they score it. And like you said, in the beginning of the 4th round, Brian Domingo came out guns blazing. He sealed that deal.
I got Brian with me, but I have Dave Trujillo. Dave, bring Brian. David, bring. No, it's okay. Listen, I want to talk to David. I want to talk about this guy because this is the 2nd time that you have put him in a fight with a guy who had a winning record like that, and he's been able to overcome. Tell us what you've been doing with this guy in the gym, and tell him what you guys been working on, because this is tremendous. 2nd time in a row.
I'm going to tell you this kid has so much talent, it's unbelievable. And I'm going to be real honest with everybody here. This boy works 12 to 14 hours a day as a roofer, and he barely gets to train for an hour, maybe 3 days a week. Okay? This boy has the heart. This boy has everything it takes. I have never been easy on him, and he doesn't want it any other way. And I'll tell you what, if I could get him to train with me for 4 hours a day, you could imagine what'll happen then. We're proud of you, Brian. Proud of you.
Un saludo para todos que me están viendo o donde quiera que me estén viendo. Se les agradezco mucho su apoyo. Yo los escucho cuando dicen mi nombre y eso me da fuerza y que sigan con los suyos, sus sueños. Gracias por apoyarme.
He said, thank you for all the support. When we say his name, it gives him the force and the power to do what he does. Give him another round of applause for your winner, Brian Domingo.
Chop, if that kid could train 5 days a week and put 2 hours a day into the gym, get down to 130 pounds, that kid would be a monster. He's a monster now.
He's a monster
now, but imagine training 5-6 days a week, 2 hours a day minimum, strength and conditioning, road work, all that, and fighting at 130 pounds.
Honestly, man, I love what Dave is doing here with these events, man, with these guys. Guys like himself, guys like Brian Domingo that, like he said, works 10, 12-hour shifts as a roofer. And still, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of things that go in the background that Dave does to help this guy that I love about Dave, that he's not a boastful man that doesn't talk about, but we know that in the background, at least I know for myself, that there's things that he's doing to help him, being able to give him this opportunity, be able to train him, be able to, fight in a situation where he's, like he said, give me 4 hours to train this guy every day. Imagine the damage that this guy could do.
You want this guy on every card. Yeah. Because the type of style, the fighting, the act, nonstop action. And as fight fans, whether you like his style or this or that, or you're a truist or you like the art of boxing, whatever, this guy brings it for 4 rounds and doesn't stop.
And then not only that, but just kind of a little bit of what he said, you know, where he comes from is like he works 10, 12-hour shifts, you know, as a roofer. Anybody has that's ever
job, out in the
man,
heat, out in the elements.
exactly. And then still goes to the gym and still trains and everything like that, man. It only makes you want to see this guy win.
All right, so Boba Casino, we having a good time. Make some noise if you're having a good time in here. Man, come on. Make some noise if you're having a good time in here. These fights are amazing. Big shout out to House of Pain. Big shout out to Robert Garcia, House of Champions. We're having a good time. We're going to continue right here. We can keep going. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next attraction of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing at a scheduled contracted weight of 186 pounds. Introducing first, he'll be fighting out of the blue corner. From Los Angeles, California, the 91 Octane Assassin, Sheldon Payne.
And from the bout sheet that I'm seeing right now, these guys are not heavyweights, but almost there. You know, 183, 186. This, you know, these
Cruiserweight.
yeah, these
solid
big boys,
yeah.
big boys. You know, where they're gonna bring the power for sure.
I was able to match this one up.
Oh,
I matched the
okay.
Marco Rosales fight, and I got Sheldon Payne. Believe it or not, on Fight Book.
Okay.
Shout out to Mark
and
what
what were you thinking when you matched this fight up? What made like?
You know, I put it out there. I talked to him. We started off with some text messages and a phone call. He was a grateful kid, a humble kid. He said all the right things. I like the way he carried himself. And that matchmaking is one of the hardest things besides fighting. One of the hardest things you do in this business. Not always our favorite thing to do because it's very hard and difficult, you know, on the business side of things. But when you get someone like a Brian Domingo
And
or
his
Sheldon
opponent,
Payne,
he'll be fighting out of the red corner. From Menifee, California, the Menifee Maniac, Fernando Gonzalez.
this is what I'd say. When I come across hungry, humble fighters that are grateful, I'll give them everything I got on matchmaking.
You want to give them that opportunity.
I see people give back to the kids, the community, the staff, and I walk to them and I say, I want to get you a fight.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to do whatever I can to get you a fight. And you know what? It worked out. He's from Los Angeles. He trains right. I can't remember the name of his gym. It's over by the University of Southern California campus over there. I think City of Angel boxing gym right there. Talked to his dad, humble people, and I was grateful to make the fight.
And I think that's where boxing's kind of taking a turn where, you know, a lot of people see Floyd Mayweather, you know, the McGregors, things like that, and they think maybe if I act cocky, if I act boastful, you know, I'll be able to sell out tickets. And I think, you know, I think that's a beautiful thing when people stay humble, you know, because that's what makes people want to see you win, you know, instead of certain situations where some people think, oh, maybe I want to be like Floyd in the way of being this and being that and kind of becoming somebody that they're not, you know, and in a situation like this, like you said, man, you see where he comes from, how he manages himself, you want to give him the opportunity.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next attraction of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing at a scheduled contracted weight of 186 pounds. At ringside, your 3 judges scoring this bout will be Adrian Corona, George Cruz, and Damian Walton. And in the ring, the man laying the law when the bell sounds, referee Eddie Hernandez Sr. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he's wearing the red, black, and gold. He weighed in officially at 183 1/4 pounds. His professional record, 1 victory, 1 defeat, from Los Angeles, California, presenting the 91 Octane Assassin, Sheldon Payne.
Of course, Sheldon has his dad as his coach in the corner. They look
And his
very
opponent
similar.
fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the multicolored trunks. He weighed in officially at an even 186 pounds. His professional record, 1 victory, no defeats, from Menifee, California, presenting the undefeated Menifee Maniac, Fernando Gonzalez.
Looking at Fernando.
Once again, referee in charge, Eddie Hernandez Sr. for instructions.
He looks like a ex-wrestler, jiu-jitsu, or MMA guy. He's got a nice set of cauliflower ears there.
And one thing that I've learned is fighting fighters like that is difficult, you know, because they have an unorthodox way of fighting, you know. You know, they've been taught certain things that us boxers are taught not to do, you know. So then you don't expect it from other fighters, and then they do it, and it kind of throws you off guard.
Yeah, MMA guys and martial artists move different.
Yeah, for
They're
sure.
Used, you know, they're used to switching stances, doing unorthodox things that traditional boxers, like you said, we're told not to do.
We're not used to it, so when it happens, you kind of not, you don't know how to, you were not prepared for it.
Chop, I competed in judo, jiu-jitsu, boxing, kickboxing, and taekwondo, so I know exactly.
Oh, but this, you know, Payne, he's not wasting no time. You know, he's looking to take advantage of the opportunity.
Payne looks big for him.
Yeah, he does.
Really big, dude.
You know, Payne using you know, his distance well, using that jab, that 1-2.
Fernando is slipping it. We got a little glove hold there, a little
Yeah.
hand. Hold on to that glove.
You know, but that's Fernando Gonzalez's, I would say, game plan, you know, trying to get on the inside. You know, he doesn't want to stay too long. He knows that the reach there is quite a difference. So, you know, he'd want to fight on the inside, you know, make his way getting closer into the inside and then be able to work on the inside.
Let's see how he goes about getting on the inside there. Is Sheldon just going to let him walk straight in, or is he going to have to angle out? Is he going to have to use his feet to get in? Is he going to come behind a jab? Well, Sheldon Payne just switched his stance there. Nice stab to the body.
Good over right hand. It was blocked, though. You know, Fernando Gonzalez, he got a real tight guard. You know, he's walking him forward, walking him little by little, but I see that he has good tight defense.
He's slipping the jab, too. I
Yeah.
noticed he's slipping that jab.
He's being responsible on the way out, making sure that his hands are nice and tight.
It was a good lead backhand by Sheldon.
And one thing that I like that Sheldon does is that he kind of smothers his opponent if he misses a shot. You know, sometimes some fighters tend to miss and they'll try to pull back to get out of harm's way, but it in reality just lines him up to get caught with a big punch. He'll miss a punch and he'll just kind of smother and take away the danger from you know, getting countered.
Oh, there you go.
Nice
Yeah.
1-2.
Close the distance
Yeah.
and kind of walk into the fire. A lot of people don't like walking into the fire. But like you said, you're actually safer walking in, smothering,
Yeah.
than walking
Then pulling
walking
yourself
yeah.
out with the chin high. You know, he throws a 1-2 and then smothers him, pushes him off of him to kind of throw him off balance.
Got a
Nice jab.
Nice jab. You see him kind of
Yeah, he kind of smothers him.
muscled his way in with his head off the line, though. His head way off the line.
And I'm not going to lie, I think that's a smart thing to do, you know, because you see Gonzalez is closing the distance on him. But if he lets him with his feet set, just walk right in, you know, Gonzalez looks like he got some power on him. So he kind of gives him a little shoulder shrug to be able to get him off balance.
Sheldon seems like he's getting relaxed. Switching
Yeah,
stances
getting his
back
rhythm.
and forth. Yeah, switching stances, give him a different look every once in a while. Now they're in that righty-lefty stance, that open stance.
And so does Gonzalez. He
He
switches.
switched too. They both are doing it.
It's funny, like it could probably even be a mind thing, you know, where one switches and he says, I could switch too, you know? And how'd you see that first round going?
You know what? It was, you know, after the last couple fights we had, it was a chance for all of us to kind of catch our breath a little bit.
For sure.
But it was kind of a breath of fresh air because they both
Yeah.
worked. It wasn't a boring round.
Yeah.
I would say Sheldon won the round with his jab.
Yes, sir.
You know, his 1 and his 1-2. Some landed, some didn't, but he was making contact. He was kind of controlling the distance, and I think he landed more effective punches through the
More
scoring
flush
zone.
punches where you were able to see more eye-catching punches. I think Fernando Gonzalez was trying to work his way on the inside.
Correct.
But I think Sheldon Payne did a great job. And even when he did get on the inside, he was able to shoulder shrug him off, you know, throw him off balance where he couldn't be able to get any punches off.
Or even one time you saw him hold his glove and wait for the ref to break it up, man. Nothing wrong with that.
And at the end of the day, you know, the ref will warn you, you know, don't do that. But sometimes it's the best thing for you to do because if you let him go, especially Fernando Gonzalez being a shorter fighter, he wants to be on the inside to be able to land harder shots on the inside.
Well, you're not doing it all the time. You're doing it selectively.
Exactly.
So that's enough to keep the ref, you know, just giving you verbal warnings and not getting a point taken away or anything. Very intelligent, very smart.
Yeah, for sure. In boxing, you got to be able to do little things like that, you know? Little things where it's like, of course, you don't want to be able to get a point deducted, but at the same time, you know, in a situation where you're off balance, whatever the case may be able to hold or be able to, you know, little things like that to be able to get you out of harm's way. You're better off getting a warning than getting caught with a big punch.
Correct. I'd still like to see Sheldon back into that mid and long range.
And that's the thing about Sheldon Payne is that even though he's on the inside, sometimes even though he's a bigger fighter, he's not standing tall on the inside. You know, he's keeping his chin tucked, you know, his head at an angle, so it's hard for Fernando Gonzalez to be able to get punches off on him.
Hernandez is warning about using that shoulder. There he goes again with it. Good block by Fernando. Sheldon threw a couple lead backhands. Throw now.
You see, he kind of pushes him off, and in a way, you know, he'll get warned, but I think it's the best thing to do because you throw him off balance, and now this guy's setting up to counter you with a strong punch. You get pushed a little bit, now the whole combination just kind of falls through.
You know, chopping a lot of times in the pros, they give you that. They give you, as long as you don't, you frame with your forearm, but you don't extend it, or you bump. You bump and make a little space, as long as you don't overdo it.
Or you're not just going in straight with your shoulder or anything like that. What I think what Sheldon's doing is good long punches.
I'd like to see a little more body. I mean, this is effective right here. I wouldn't mind seeing a few body shots by either guy.
And especially because they tend to get on the inside a lot, you know? Once you get on the inside, you know, being able to touch the body to be able to just kind of, be able to slow your opponent down. Gives you time to breathe as well.
Both these guys are probably, you know, not going to get knocked out, probably not with a headshot, but I think if you invested in the body a little bit here, it wouldn't hurt. Fernando's been somewhat ineffective closing the distance and scoring punches off of closing the distance.
I feel like Gonzalez is trying to, you know, close the distance on him, but then he gets to a point where he smothers himself. You know, he doesn't give himself that enough space to be able to work. So he closes it, but then smothers a little too close to where he can't really work. And his punches don't have that full steam, you know, as if he gave himself a little bit more distance.
Almost a spinning back fist there. Almost a spinning back fist by Sheldon Payne there, but I know what you're saying about Fernando's punches. I'm not seeing a lot of leverage or him turning his hips or shoulders, you know, in with those punches, Chop.
And I think it's for that reason. You know, he's trying to break the distance, but he gets a little too close, and then he kind of he doesn't give him enough space to be able to build that leverage, you know. So now the punches that he's throwing, they're basically just arm punches, and those are not, I mean, it's something, but if you want to be effective, you know, you want to give yourself that enough space to be able to get that leverage off with your punches.
If you're landing a lot of those, you'll be scoring points, but if you're not landing that many of them, you're not doing any damage.
Exactly. And I think
Sheldon's going to take those punches all day long.
Exactly. And Sheldon Payne, he's throwing more eye-catching punches, you know, being able to.
You know, and I'd say so far in this fight, Chop, okay, there's an angle by Fernando, but so far in this fight, Sheldon's winning the fight with his jab, and his distance.
And I think if Gonzalez wants to start, you know, being more effective, he could start doing more of those angles that he's doing right now. Being able to step around and boom, he's being able to give himself space to be able to land certain punches, you know, by getting at an angle.
Kind of what John did a few bouts ago.
Yes, sir.
He made that adjustment. Okay, he's going to warn him on the shoulder there. Yeah.
The shoulder bump.
Yeah. But he's landing a punch with his shoulder there.
Yeah.
It's
I think Gonzalez is starting to have success now that he's coming in at an angle.
He's adjusting.
He's adjusting.
You know, my coach always said, don't go in the front door and get that shotgun blast. Go through the side windows. Go through the side windows, right?
And it makes a lot of sense.
Nice.
Very smart man.
Coach Lucas Sugar out there. Coached the 1984 Olympic Filipino team, Los Angeles, California.
Oh, good body shot right there. That
Dude,
straight
I've been
left
waiting
to the
for that,
yeah,
man. That's been
exactly.
there. That's all. I mean,
Oh, now he switched it up. Now he brought that straight left hand on top, and it's something that maybe who knows? Maybe this guy could take body shots, but it's something that is going to keep him guessing. He doesn't know where the shot's going to come from. Is it going to come up on top? Is it going to come to the body? You know?
you're mixing up. There's a nice hook to the body there. I like
Mm-hmm.
I like to see the body work by Sheldon now here. Now he's not leading with that shoulder, but he still has it out as a as a defensive weapon, and he's throwing body shots off it.
And one thing that's just kind of scaring me, Sheldon, was with that shoulder. You know, he kind of comes in, and I don't think that he's doing it intentionally. I just think it's a kind of a habit where he gets in the pocket, and he kind of just pushes off with the shoulder. He got warned a couple of times. You don't want to get a point taken off.
Not in this fight.
Yeah, and especially not in a 4-round fight. You know,
Close,
because
man, that's devastating.
yeah, that's all it takes in a 4-round fight. You know, you get a point deduction or a knockdown. You would have to win every other round to be able to get back in the fight and be able to win the fight.
I like when he kind of goes into a 60-40 stance like that.
Yeah.
Leans back a little bit on his back leg, and you see almost kind of doing a Philly shell.
Yeah, and be able to come back with that right hand with power.
Like that. I think he gets in trouble when he's switching too much or he's leaning
Yeah.
over his front leg. I'd go back into a 60-40 stance and lean back a little bit more on your back leg.
And be able to,
Like
counter, and your punches are coming with a lot more steam now.
that jab needs to get Oh, that was a nice 1-2 there off his back leg. Sheldon looks like he's ready for the minute break here.
Yeah.
Looks like he's ready to go sit on the stool.
But hey, man, it's easy to criticize. Oh, you know, he's tired. He's this, is that, man.
He's working.
You ever get in a fight, you will realize, man, 30 seconds feels like forever. Sometimes I'm in a fight and I hear that 10-second bell, and I'll give it my all, thinking, boom, boom, boom. It's it's only 10 seconds left, and then I'm still waiting for that bell to ring, and it don't ring, and it feels like
10 seconds seems like 30 seconds.
man, it feels like forever. And you never really will know until you're in there, you know. Like, it's sometimes when you're on the outside and you're looking in and you think it's so easy, but when you're in there, it's a lot tougher.
Sheldon off the back leg there, man. Threw a jab and then ran him right into a backhand.
And I think the thing about Gonzalez is, like you just said, man, he's walking through the front door.
Shotgun.
Yeah,
he's
he's
hit with the shotgun.
exactly.
Right there.
He's there to take all those punches. When he was kind of coming in at an angle, he wasn't having a lot more success.
Well, how do you got the fight going into the 4th round right now, Chop?
I think I would say I have
Ladies
Sheldon
and gentlemen,
up
put your
right now
hands
for
together
the
for both
reason, you know,
warriors.
where
This is the
even in
4th
this last
and
round,
final
Gonzalez,
round.
He made an adjustment, but then didn't keep following up with it, and then just started coming through the front door. So, from my personal opinion, I would have Sheldon Payne up right now, 3-0.
Yeah, I agree with you. Fernando did have some good moments, but like you said, he kind of gave it back.
Yeah.
And he wasn't consistent with it. And even on those angles, he landed a few, but I think he's still having a hard time closing the distance on those angles. The size, the length of Sheldon's giving him issues.
And I think, that's the problem right now, is that Sheldon Payne has a long distance, and he's using it, to his advantage, with 1-2s, and we're straight lefts or straight rights down the middle.
And using his feet.
And
He's using his feet, too.
I think Gonzalez starts off the rounds good, but then towards the middle rounds, he starts kind of fading, and allows Sheldon Payne to start doing what he wants to do.
That was a nice body shot by Fernando.
Oh, but then he returns the
Sheldon,
fight.
I gave it back.
And you see how when he gets to the side, when he steps off to the side and gives an angle, he does a lot better, but then kind of just stops doing it, and then just keeps coming through the front, and then catches shots like that. Oh,
You're
left
getting
hand.
hit with a lot of jabs and those 1-2s, man. You just, kind of lose track of your game.
Yeah, and that's the thing, you coming off the corner, off the bench, off the stool, and you got a good set of instructions, and then you start doing it, but then you start getting punched with a couple of shots, and it kind of, and that's you can only learn to be able to stick to the game plan through experience, through more fights that you start learning to be able to control your mind a little bit more. But as for these guys, they're barely 1-0. They're both one pro fight, 2 pro fights in. The experience is something that you can only learn on the job,
And in his defense, too, Sheldon switches stances, moving his feet well, and
it makes it difficult.
Distance. It makes it difficult keeping those angles up when you don't know what stance this guy's
Yeah.
committing to. And that jab's been in his
Yeah.
face all night long.
And the thing is, Gonzalez has good moments, but then Sheldon comes right back. Like, he gets caught, but then, comes back, and it's almost.
Sheldon's mixing it up, too. I see he's
Yeah.
not always just throwing his jab. He's leaning to the side. He's throwing his lead backhand, body shots in there, switching stance. He's mixing it up very well.
And it's hard because I can only imagine Gonzalez comes up with an adjustment, but then now you have to do an adjustment for now a southpaw look or whatever, because he keeps switching it up on him as well. And these are difficult fights, to be able to adjust in the moment. Oh, good body shot.
Fernando's still game though, man. He's still pushing forward and making a fight.
Not giving it to him easy. Good left hand. But I just think above everything, maybe it's not pretty, but Sheldon Payne, the way he gets his head off the line is what's very effective and helps him in his defense. Because even though maybe it may not be the best look, he gets his head off just enough to where Gonzalez wants to come back but misses.
Chop, he switched his stance up, he mixed his punches up, changed his elevation, used his feet, and Gonzalez, or Fernando wasn't able to land anything really flush on him.
Exactly. He gave him a hard target to hit. And that's the thing with these little gloves, it's a game of inches. You move your head just enough, you're missing those shots, just enough.
From something flush to something that grazes you or completely misses you.
Exactly.
Well, even with that said, though, that was still an action-packed fight. There was action from first round to the very last bell there, and another money-worth type fight.
And what you could admire from these fighters is, from the second round, you could see that they were starting to get a little gas, but they didn't give that as an excuse for neither one of them to take their foot off the gas. They did the most that they could do. They gave it their all. You see punches like that landing straight left, straight. You see Gonzalez was getting caught with some punches, but he never stopped from coming forward. Look at him. Even though he's getting caught, still walking forward, still trying to close the distance, still trying his best to, maybe just tonight was not his night, but he never gave up on himself. He never just kind of quit,
That's the key. He didn't give up.
Yeah.
He came to fight. He signed a contract. He's a professional fighter and gave everybody their money's worth and didn't quit.
Exactly.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds of action, we go to the judges' scorecards. All 3 judges, Adrian Corona, George Cruz, and Damian Watson, scored the contest 40-36 for your winner by unanimous decision from Los Angeles, California, the 91-octane assassin, Sheldon Payne.
Chop, I'll get that young man another fight.
Yes, sir. Sheldon Payne just won himself another opportunity, and that's what it's all about, taking advantage of the opportunities.
At this time, we're going to take a brief 7-8 minute intermission to prepare for the co-main and the main events of the evening.
Guys, give us a little break. We'll be back in about 5 minutes. Thank you guys for tuning in.
All right, guys, we're going to start in 2 minutes. Officials back to ringside. 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, before we start the co-main and main event, I want to bring up somebody who has a very bright future in the sport, a rising contender, and hopefully within the next 12 months, a future title challenger. Give it up for Chop Chop Gonzalez. Come on over here, bro. We got him on the broadcast right now, so you haven't been seeing him walking around like normal. Come on over here so the camera can see you, bro. All right, we got you. Jason and I got you on the commentary booth. Your first time doing commentary. What do you think, bro?
Man, this is a blessing, you know, to be able to watch all these, you know, warriors be able to put up a great performance the way they have been, and not only that, but being up close and personal, being able to watch all this, man, has been amazing.
Listen, both of these guys, House of Pain and Robert Garcia, you guys, they both have a bunch of kids. You see some of these fighters that were actually already fought, that have won, that have not done so well. It's all a learning experience, but tell us how that is, because you see them every day when you're training in there.
No, for sure. You know, at the end of the day, there's only so much you could train. But when you're under the bright lights, you know, when it's the pressure and everything like that, that's the only way you can build that experience. So, you know, these fights that they've been having and stuff like that, it's good to test what kind of person they are. You know, not even with us, just knowing, but themselves. You know, knowing like you got Salvador Mota, that, you know, his shoulder popped out in the middle of the fight. Him still being able to fight through it, you know, it popped it back in, kept fighting, then popped it right back out. Those are things that you can't teach, you know, you either got it or you don't. And in these situations and fights like this, it's the only way you know what kind of fighter you are.
Now listen, I know when you're done with your boxing career, you already got a job at commentary. You're doing quite well. Guys, give it up. We got a future world champion in the house right now, Chop Chop Gonzalez. Thank you, brother. We appreciate you. Get back on that mic and that headset, because we're going to be ready to go. And now, ladies and gentlemen, if you please stand and remove your caps as we have Nina Cardosa to sing the national anthem of the United States of America.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets red glare, the bells bursting in
Big round of applause for Nina Cardosa. And now, please turn your attention to the video board for a very special introduction.
Every fighter begins somewhere. Not beneath the bright lights. Not in front of a crowd. But in a gym, where someone first teaches them to stand their ground. At House of Pain, young athletes find discipline, mentorship, and a place to belong.
Hold him there.
They train.
Grab that body again.
They compete. They learn that winning begins long before the bell ever rings.
We come to win or we come to lose. Okay? Winning and losing, you gotta learn the same. And he did his best no matter what. And you know, that to me is a boxer.
Some carry those lessons onto the national stage.
Representing House of Pain Boxing from Temecula,
And some
California.
from all the way back around. House of Pain, SoCal. Beyond the bell.
Once again, guys, a very big round of applause for House of Pain and Robert Garcia Boxing Academy, War in the Empire 3. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this is the next attraction of the evening. It is the co-main event of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing at a contracted weight of 136 pounds. Introducing first, he'll be fighting out of the blue corner. From Fontana, California, La Cabra, Juan Figueroa Gomez.
All right, Chapo, we're on to the co-main event here.
And
Everybody
his opponent, he'll be fighting out of the red corner in this co-main event from Temecula, California, Malachi Hondo Salazar.
Another friendly fighter, you know, you hear the crowd.
Yeah, Malachi's an up-and-coming prospect. I actually did a couple amateur events with him in Las Vegas. He came out and fight on one of Brendan Gibbons and Sean Gibbons' amateur events out there, Manny Pacquiao Promotions. I think it was his his last sanctioned amateur bout. And then he fought here as an exhibition.
Okay.
And then he's going on to his 3rd fight now.
So I think it's safe to say that we're both very familiar with him. Me as well. You know, he's been to the RGBA a couple of times. You know, I've been blessed enough to be able to share the ring with him. You know, very talented fighter. You know, he knows he's a great boxer. Knows how to use his range, his speed. You know, knows how to control his distance. You know, and I feel like every time I've sparred him, he's only gotten better and better every time. You know.
He's learning his craft right before our eyes. And like you
Exactly.
said, each time I see him get in a ring from the last sanctioned amateur
Ladies
bout,
and gentlemen, this is the next attraction of the evening. It is the co-main event of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing at a contracted weight of 136 pounds. At ringside, the 3 judges scoring this bout will be Adrian Corona, George Cruz, and Damian Welton. And in the ring, the man laying the law when the bell sounds, referee Ray Armendariz. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner, he's wearing the black and white trim trunks. He went in officially at 133 and 1/2 pounds. Tonight, he makes his professional debut from Fontana, California, by way of Bogota, Colombia. Damas y caballeros, presentando La Cabra, Juan Figueroa Gomez. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the black and red trim trunks. He went in officially at 135 and 1/2 pounds. His professional record, 2 victories, no defeats, fighting out of and representing Temecula, California, presenting the undefeated Malachi Hondo Salazar. Once again, referee in charge, Ray Amendares, for instructions.
And one cool thing that I just found out,
here.
you know, right now during the intermission,
This
I
is
went to go
your
use the
line, legal
restroom,
line
and I
right
took a
here.
picture with a kid
Esta la
that
línea
looked
para ti.
exactly like Malachi.
Any punches
And
that touch that
I
legal
found out that
line
was his
are
little brother.
legal
He's the
punches.
same kid that fought
Los golpes que
the
te
He did
Amazon
earlier.
línea,
Yeah,
yeah,
in the
exactly.
exhibition.
And
Ya
and
te
I
diste
think that's great
instrucciones en el
to
vestidor,
know,
I
you know,
gave
the
you
fact that, you know, his
instructions
little
in the
brother just
dressing
fought, he
room,
won.
pelea limpia,
Now,
que
you know,
clean
Malachi
fight.
co-main
Touch 'em
event,
up,
his
choke
older
the
brother's about to
guantes, y
fight,
estas
you know.
esquinas. Back to your
I
corners,
think it's
guys.
beautiful to know that, you know, you got Malachi that's setting that good example, that great example for his little brother. Now, you know, him being able to shine and everything like that is going to kind of open up his little brother's eyes to see, like, man, I want to be like my brother, you know. His little brother just won. Now Malachi gets to shine under the bright lights.
Yeah, you know, it's you're playing it forward, and it's a rite of passage, and I'm sure Malachi, deep down in his, you know, his thoughts and stuff, wants his brother to go farther than him.
No,
you know?
for
But
sure,
he's the gatekeeper, and he's getting it going for his family and the kids at the gym.
And I think Malachi, you know, understands that he, you know, no matter how far he takes it, his brother can only take it farther, you know. So for him, it's like sky's the limit, and imagine what my little brother could do, you know. Oh, good body shots. Look at how
man, that was good work.
you
and then
get to hear him.
Then he rolled out of that and came over the top with a hook.
And that's why I tell you, he's very great at controlling his distance. He double jabbed his way to get in, and then boom, 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 body shots, you know, and then got out of there. Nice.
Chop, he's a student of the game. He had a little bit of a, I won't say a late start. You know, a lot of kids start at 8, 10, 12 years old. But he's learning a tremendous amount in a short period of time. And like you said, you've sparred him a few times, and each time he gets better and better and better.
And like you said, this guy's a student of the game, man. Any advice that I could ever give him, he always took it in with the open mind. And like I said, every time I got to spar him, I see him making adjustments every time. Even right now that he's sparring, he's fighting. With only two pro fights, fighting a very disciplined fight. Not jumping in. Look at that.
Rolling under the counter, coming back, moving in and out. And here we go, righty lefty again, Chop. And what I like about Malachi is he's not giving up his length. He is sitting back a little bit on his back leg and looking for counters, looking to fight moving forward to the side or moving backwards, wherever the fight goes.
And then it's good because look at that.
I get 3 times in the first round. He rolled underneath that hook.
He's offensively sound and just as and defensively sound as well. You know, he gets his good body shots in, rolls out.
Did you see pumping the lead check hook there, and then just to get the hand up, and then went down and gave. I call that the Mexican handshake. Went underneath and gave him that hook to the body.
And then not only that, but the fact that he's a southpaw, he understands that his lead foot got to stand around.
Yeah.
You know, so he throws those body shots and he steps around on the right side with his foot on the outside, knowing that he can't. You know, he's not going to get tangled up with the feet.
And he's not admiring his work. He's moving. He's getting in. He's getting out and stepping over to the side again.
Every time. And it's like I said, if it's not broke, don't fix it. You know, it's working. Why? You know. Until his opponent can adjust to it. If his opponent doesn't adjust to it, keep using it over and over.
That's on his opponent.
Exactly.
What's impressed me is the opponent is smaller, and Malachi's rolling underneath that counter hook and rolling out. He's dipping so far underneath, he's not even catching it. He's getting underneath that. Well, and that time he blocked it. He didn't get underneath it, but he blocked it.
And then he throws in feints. And then he throws in feints. You know, he's keeping his opponent guessing at the same time, you know. Sometimes his opponent may be wanting to counter him, but he doesn't know when to pull the counter because he doesn't know if he's coming in or if he's just pulling a feint.
Nothing got into close range in that round. He kept the distance the whole time, Chop.
Look at that. And he's defensively sound. He gets around, steps around.
The opponent never got on the inside that whole round.
He couldn't.
Malachi was able to angle out, move in, move out, use lateral movement, feints,
And I think
use
what
his
was-
jab, and never gave up the range one time in that first round.
And whenever he tried to, he couldn't because, like you said, Malachi would angle
Angle
out.
out.
He would just angle out.
Let's see if we get here where he rolls under, gives
Boom.
this combination roll. Dude, that's,
The
you don't
textbook.
see that with someone that doesn't have 50 or 100 amateur fights and only has 2 pro fights. Here we go again. Look at that.
Again.
And,
Oh.
and his opponent's smaller. So that's coming from
Yeah,
the lower level.
yeah.
He's still going underneath
And
that.
I can only assure you that I'm pretty sure right now he's downloading this information, so now he understands those 2 body shots he rolls, and he might just come back with something on the other end as well.
Or chop, he catches it and fires
And then
back
exactly,
right there.
exactly, because he's now
And he's going to have him completely exposed if he catches that as he's angling and chops down with something on it.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm dusting off a little bit of my coaching skills there too. But
And I think that this whole event is great because you're getting to see a little bit of everything. You know, you're getting to see beautiful boxing like Malachi's doing right now, but you're also getting to see wars like Carlos Mesa versus who was it, Jonathan Pliago, and then also Salvador Mota versus Julian Pardo. Where, man, you're getting a little bit of everything. You know, heavyweight action. Oh, he pulled and he kind of paid for that. Now he rolled.
That was the first time I saw him pull back. He pulled back enough where it was at the end of the punch, but it still caught him.
It still caught him, and that's the thing. And then right after that, he rolled. It's like almost like, okay, boom. And
He's
that's
still going to make those little mistakes.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
still going to do it.
You're still learning on the job. You know, it happens. But
Look at the front hand, the 3-punch front hand lead a la Roy Jones Jr., but then also leading with his backhand also too.
and I think look at how responsible he is with his jab as well.
And everything's tight. He got caught. They're
Yeah.
going to get caught. His punches are tight, Chop.
Yeah, it happens. You know, sometimes you take
You're gonna
risks.
get hit. You're gonna get hit.
You're gonna get caught. At the end-
Rolled under again.
It's a problem when you keep making the same mistake over and over again. But the fact that he got caught with that punch, but now he, without necessarily having to come back to the corner and getting in trouble by the corner, he already fixed the mistake.
Fixed it himself.
Yeah, he understood, and now he's rolling again.
I like to call that self-coaching. Look at that
Yeah.
coaching. Look at that pullback, and he fired a 2-1 off the pullback.
And that's the thing, you know, not all fighters can do that. You know, on the like actually being in the ring fighting and being able to make that adjustment and in the snap of a fingers. You know, it's a lot of times some fighters they have to go back to the corner and the coach has to remind them, don't do this, don't do that. And the fact that he's very aware of it, very conscious, it's a good sign.
He's got his coach in his ear, even though his coach isn't saying anything. He's
Yeah.
like you sound. He's downloading
Information.
all his information and all his training. Nice body shot. Nice body shot again.
And what I like is he's not leaving the body alone. He keeps
He's
teaching.
not just head hunting.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Same hand.
Pitter patter up top and then load it up down low.
And if he keeps messing with that lead hand, up, down, eventually he's gonna find that right body shot that's, you know.
Hats off to his opponent for his pro debut too, though, man. I mean, he's giving it his all, and so far he's absorbing all this.
I just think it's a tough fight because right now, you know, you got his opponent, Juan Sebastian, that he just kind of looking for that one punch. And against a fighter like Malachi, it's going to be very difficult to land that one punch because he's very defensively sound, you know. And not only that, but he's starting to, I feel like, get the rhythm that he's just looking for that one shot. So he's, look at that.
It is, yeah. And what he's doing is he's not, like you said, sometimes it's better closing the range and fighting this fight inside than sitting in mid to long range and getting picked apart with 2- and 3-piece combinations.
But I just think Juan is just looking for one punch, and it's not going to work out for him. And I think he keeps looking for that kind of fight. I think it's only going to be better. Malachi is only going to keep improving round by round because he's going to understand. Okay, he's just looking for one punch, same punch.
If you were in Juan's corner right now, what would you tell him? Close the distance, don't go in the front door.
Yeah,
and
I would try to sell him.
ugly
Okay,
fight?
yeah. In this case scenario, you know, you're kind of outgunned in the way that this guy's longer. You know, he got better boxing ability. We're going to have to make this fight rough, dirty. You know, you're going to have to go on the inside and not just look for one punch, but look for 2s and 3s, you know?
A la Brian Domingo?
Yeah, exactly.
Brian
exactly.
Domingo on
And sometimes you got to understand, not every fight you're going to be the better boxer or the faster boxer or the stronger, but you got to understand what cards you were dealt with and use them to your advantage.
A fight's still a fight.
Exactly.
There's still some way to fight this fight.
Yeah, and in this case scenario, you know, you got Juan that may not be the better boxer, but it's like, okay, now let's try to rough him up. Now let's try to make it uglier.
ugly.
Exactly. But
Get inside on him, rough him up.
yeah, and don't look for just one shot, you know. But I think as long as he keeps trying to fight this fight, it's not gonna it's not gonna go. I think if anything, it's only gonna go worse for him.
Correct.
Look at that. You got Malachi with a great jab. You know, just keeping him on the outside. There's not much that Juan can really do. And if he keeps giving Malachi space, Malachi's only going to just keep capitalizing.
And
you
see
know
what Juan's doing? He's feinting, but not doing anything off of feint. He's just feinting and sitting there.
And just looking for one shot. Like he just kind of come in, and Malachi's very smart. You see how he gets to just angle him out. He uses leverage against him where he sees that he's coming forward, he just pushes him to the side.
That was a beautiful 1-2. He angled out and threw the uppercut on the angle. What I've noticed, offensively and defensively, he's definitely more sharper, Malachi saying, than his last fight back in July. But what I really noticed, his last fight, he was still going backwards with his chin a little high. I've only seen that once or twice so far. It seems like they've really worked on that.
And I'm telling you, I've got to share the ring with Malachi, and every time I've got to spar him, he's always getting better. So he's a boxer that's very well aware of what's going on in the ring, you know? Things that, some boxers, they'll go and they'll spar, they'll fight, and after they're done, you tell them, hey, you did this good, and they don't even remember because it's more so like they're just doing it. They're not really conscious of what they're doing.
Reacting and not knowing why they did it.
Exactly, and Malachi, he's very conscious of what he's doing in the ring, and that's why I think he's getting better every time.
Well, and I'm going to say this. I mean, if you're sparring Chop and then you go in and you fight a pro debut guy,
no,
life could be a little bit easier.
And I'm not going to lie to you. Sometimes I do tell these guys, you know, I'm like, look, man, if you're sparring me and you're giving me great rounds, there's no reason why, you know, these guys should be giving you problems, you know.
Correct.
Sometimes you got to give fighters some of that confidence as well because they got to believe in their craft as well, you know.
But a lot of that's the truth, too. If you're giving a high-level professional good rounds, you know, going against a debut, you got to stay sharp, but you know, you're not at the Robert Garcia gym sparring Chop.
But believe it or not, you have certain fighters that the lesser the competition is, the lesser they kind of
go down to that level.
Yeah, they go down to that level, you know. And there's been situations where there's some of my teammates that they've given me tough work, and then I see them fight and they're not you know, and I'm like, in situations where it's like I'm not nobody to get them in trouble, but I do tell them like, look, man, there's no reason for this guy to give you a tough, you know, and same thing with Malachi right now. He's showing that he's levels above.
Well, and the experience of, like we said earlier,
good
having
body
an
shots.
exhibition fight as an amateur in this ring, and now his third professional fight, he looks like that's his home in there now.
Yeah,
that's
yeah.
his home.
He's looking very comfortable.
He owns that home right
and
now.
now it's getting to a point where now not every time is he angling now. Now he's getting comfortable sitting in the pocket.
You see, he didn't get over his front leg there. He
yeah.
could have showed some inexperience and got off balance. He pulled back and got into a good boxing stance.
And I just think he's every round he's getting more comfortable. Getting more. Now you got Juan bloody nose. You know, he's just getting comfortable more and more as the rounds go. Where, you know, in the beginning rounds, you want to use your feet and step out of dangerous stuff. Now I feel like he's getting comfortable. He's sitting there a little bit more, being able to catch and shoot, land, flush your body shots. And, I mean, I think in Juan's case, it's best that it's a 4-round fight for him because I think if the fight went on, I think we're just only going to go worse and worse.
Well, you get to a point where you don't want the young man to take undue damage or punishment in his pro debut, too.
And I think not only that, but sometimes you got to understand, you know, you're a fighter, may be outgunned. And in a situation where as much as you want to give him certain instructions, he can't really, there's not much that he could do. He's just outgunned.
Learn from this and live to fight another day.
Exactly.
Move
Being
on
able
to the next one. Go back to the gym, work on some stuff, and live to fight another day.
Because it's just some fighters, I do believe, are just
Ladies
kind
and
of
gentlemen, a round of applause for both warriors. This is the fourth and final round.
And if you see in a situation, you know, your fighter's just outgunned, I think it's, as a coach, it's your job to protect your fighter. Like you said, to live to fight another day. And I think in this...
Especially with no headgear and small gloves, buddy.
Yeah, you know, it's a tough sport, you know. It's a tough sport. And a coach, I believe, should know a fighter and what his capabilities are. If you know that your fighter is strong enough to be able to chase a fight with one punch, then I get what you're doing. But sometimes if you know that he's not that kind of fighter, it's best to just save him. Look at that. I like that Malachi does not let go of the body. You know, he doesn't abandon the body. No matter what, he keeps going back down to his body shots. Look at that. That right hand, that lead hand. And feints.
I can tell with the high-level sparring, he's pulling back a lot quicker now, too, because those things that he can get away with maybe in this fight he couldn't get away with high level pro fights because something's coming behind
Yes,
that when
sir.
you pull back.
Yes, sir. No doubt.
I'm sure he ate a lot of punches pulling back.
And I'm telling you, man, this guy Malachi, he's learning on the job and he's getting better every time.
Dip
yeah,
below
and you could best believe that his next fight that he has here, he's gonna get better. He's gonna look sharper, and I would say that the only thing that I would change is just being careful with that pulling back. You know, sometimes he's getting away. Sometimes there's been time where he got caught. You know, it's not something that you recommend, but certain conscious fighters understand when they're distance enough where they can just pull back and you know, be able to get away from the shot. But you don't want to just always rely on that neither. You know.
Well, what I like in this fight, he did pull back, but he did angle out. He did dip underneath the hook. So he's mixed it up.
And there's a situation like that one right now where he just pulled back and he got away and was able to get his counter shots in as well.
In and out.
Yeah, exactly. Because sometimes at the same time, one thing I do know is that when you step back, sometimes you get away too far to counter.
You lose your punch.
Exactly. So sometimes when you pull, you're still there where they just missed, but you're still there to counter.
Well, and you're getting full leverage on it.
Exactly.
Like you said, you pull back too far, you move your feet. You might land a punch, but it's at the end of your punch.
That body shot. That body shot.
I think Ray's going to get in here and call it. Let's call it a day. Okay, Ray. That's good stoppage. Good stoppage. Ray gave him every opportunity there, but that was a good stoppage.
And I think look at Malachi. You know, you see him, and maybe he's not the strongest, but you got hard work, you got intelligence, IQ, and an open mind to be always willing to learn. And you get performances like this, you know? It's not always about being the strongest person, but you put a little bit of all of that together, and you get an outcome like this one.
The future's bright for Malachi because he's still got to grow into his man body, get his man strength.
Exactly.
He's a young man. He's, you know, a very young man here. And
I see that, my boy.
Giving a shout out to Chop, his sparring partner.
Yeah.
Chop, let him get his man strength here. Let him get, you know,
Imagine
4, 5,
what he does.
6, 7, 8 more bouts underneath his belt, strength and conditioning, and you know, this kid at 24, 25 years old, we're going to be remembering these fights and be like, hey, remember when Malachi, you know,
already as it is,
or was 2-0? I mean, imagine this kid at 24.
Yeah,
25
already as it is, he's a problem. Yes. Like you said, imagine him at 24. He's what? Only 19 years old right now, man. Only 19 years old, but he's fighting a very disciplined fight, high IQ, body shots, all of these things. You know, he's putting all of this together, and with his grown man strength, he starts coming in, and the more experience he continues to build, man, this guy, he's in the right hands. Dave knows what he's doing. Dave knows what he got, you know, and I'm all, like I told Dave, I'm all here. Dave has helped me tremendously since the day I've met him, you know. I'm all for, you know, whatever I could do to be in their favor, I'm there, you know. So if I can continue to give them the best rounds as possible and keep getting them better, man, it only makes me happy to see him.
Ladies and gentlemen, official time. 2 minutes, 17 seconds of round number 4. Referee Ray Amendatis stops the halt to the contest. Your winner by way of KO from Temecula, California, and still undefeated, Malachi Hondo Salazar. All right, brother, we're going to talk about these skills you got. Come over here on this side so you can face that camera over there. On the broadcast, these guys were talking about your body shots and your movement, being able to angle out of there. Once you would make your combinations, you would angle out. You wouldn't stay on the line, so to speak, or, you know, in front of your opponent. Is that something you've been working on, bro? Because from the first time we had you in here to now, it looks really good.
Yes, sir. I've been working hard every single day, you know, with my coaches and my teammates. We go to Robert Garcia's, we spar, you know, and I get great work with the champ Chop, you know, and all that stuff, man, it really pays off, you know, the work. My coaches believe in me, all of that stuff, man. That's what I'm doing here, man.
Wow, and I'm lucky that we actually have him in here because he mentioned to you that he does spar with you, and he's like, man, the sparring that he gets in here. Then Jason mentioned the fact that you had an exhibition fight before the real deal has basically made this your home.
Yes, sir. Saboba's my home now, you know. I'm proud to be here. It's an honor to fight here and represent the people around. I live in San Jacinto, California, so, I mean, this really is my home. You know, I'm just here to represent and, you know, put everybody on.
Well, look, brother, from what you're showing in here, you got a lot of big future ahead of you. Give it up for your winner, Hondo Salazar.
A-plus performance, no doubt.
Well, Chop, he's going to be a big name in this area for a long time to come.
For sure. He's going to be a problem, not only a big name, God willing, you know, not only a big name in this area, but a big name globally, you know. They're doing the right thing, and I feel like, you know, he's 19. There's no reason to rush. This is a marathon, not a sprint. They take care of this guy, you know. They keep doing what they're doing. Man, the sky's the limit for him.
Build him up properly. Give him a little each time, you know, a little each time.
Yeah, for
and then
sure.
Getting that high-level sparring, like you said, is paying off. And I just can't, I mean, the future's so bright. Sky's the limit. And he's got so much potential. And he's got good people around him to foster that and make it happen.
And I feel like you said, the future's so bright that I can only think about his little brother. That Malachi's going to set the bar so high. Can only imagine the damage his little brother's going to do.
It reminds me of it being in Las Vegas and refereeing all Fernando Vargas' sons.
Exactly.
Weighing them in, judging them, refereeing them, glove table, gloving them up. And you had Fernando Jr., Amato, and then you had Emmy.
And Emmy, the littlest brother, but doing the most damage.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next attraction of the evening. It is the main event of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing at a contracted weight of 151 pounds. Introducing first, he'll be fighting out of the blue corner. From Indianapolis, Indiana, the Atomic Jab, Jesse Edison.
The Atomic Jab.
That's a good name.
I can only imagine he got some bombs for a jab, you know?
He got that power jab, and we'll have to take a look at that. We'll have to critique that. We'll have to see how that goes. We got the main event, Chop, man. It was an honor being on the call with you, man. Learned a lot from you. It's always a learning experience. Top class guy, man, and you know, we're very grateful to have you here, man.
The honor was all mine, man, to be able to be here, and I thank you guys for having me. Thank you for being such a great commentator, to be able to help me and just kind of guide me through all of these things. You know, it's new to me, and I'm trying my best, and I'm grateful to be able to have somebody like yourself to be patient with me and, you know, kind of coach me through this.
When you know what you're looking at, you know what you're looking at.
Yeah.
And you're able to get that out. A lot of people know what they're looking at, but aren't able to get it out. You're able to get it out and explain it.
Thank you.
You have a lot to offer. You can educate
And
us.
his opponent, he'll be fighting out of the red corner. From Windomar, California, El Toro, Noel Hernandez.
El Toro. We're going to have to critique that name as well, huh?
The bull,
El Toro.
we got the
Let's
bull
see.
and the atomic jab, man. Okay, this better be.
It lines up
This
for
better be a barn burner here, man.
It lines up for a great main event, according to the nicknames. And this guy, Noel, you know, I'm very familiar with him as well. I see him a lot in the gym. He's based out of Coachella, but he comes a lot to the gym to come and spar. Gives great sparring, looks very sharp, and you know, his training camp upcoming for this fight. So I can only imagine that this guy's going to put up a great performance.
It kind of looks like Emmy Vargas a little bit here. Kind of
Yeah.
looks like got that Emmy Vargas, Dylan Capetillo look there, man. You're not gonna let your hair grow out, Chop, and kind of just slick it back like that, man.
And this heat, I couldn't do it. And
These
this
guys
heat,
look like they should be on Univision or
yeah,
Telemundo or
exactly,
K-Pasa
huh?
or
In
something,
a
man.
novela or something
Yeah,
like
these
that.
guys look like models here, man.
I wasn't blessed with the good luck, so I had to make sure I trained hard.
You had to grind it. You had to grind.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the next attraction of the evening. It is the main event of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing at a contracted weight of 151 pounds. At ringside, the 3 judges scoring this bout will be Adrian Corona, George Cruz, and Damian Walton. And in the ring, the man laying the law when the bell sounds, referee Ivan Guillermo. And now, from the Saboba Casino Resort to the many more joining us around the world live on BXNG TV. Let's leave the talk behind. Saboba Casino, make some noise. It's time to shine. Introducing first, fighting out of the blue corner. He's wearing the black and gold trimmed trunks. He went in officially at an even 148 pounds. He is a veteran of 18 professional fights, 2 of his victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of Indianapolis, Indiana, presenting Atomic Jab, Jesse Addison. And his opponent fighting out of the red corner, he's wearing the colors of the flag of Mexico. He went in officially at an even 150 pounds. His professional record, 5 victories, no defeats, all 5 victories coming by way of KO. Fighting out of and representing Windomar, California, presenting El Toro, Noel Hernandez. Once again, referee in charge, Ivan Guillermo, for instructions.
Jesse and Noel, you both received your instructions in the locker room. We got 4 rounds. Both trunks are good. Let's have a good, clean fight. Good luck.
Saboba, give it up. It's your main event of the evening. 4 rounds of boxing at 151 pounds.
We got the Atomic Jab versus El Toro.
It's been a great night of action, and I want to see this main event, close the club down, shut the show down here, man.
I'm not gonna lie. Like you said, I would love to see the main event, close the show great. But overall, man, all these fights, man, been a great night.
Mouthpiece came out of the Atomic Jab.
Uh-oh. I'm with you guys on the main event. Mouthpiece already out. We're 20 seconds into the fight. And El Toro coming out with he's got the Las Vegas trunks on.
I'm not gonna lie to you though. Right now that I seen that mouthpiece, it doesn't look like it's a good molded in mouthpiece. So I don't know if it's gonna be a problem throughout the whole fight where it's gonna keep coming out.
Or affect his breathing. It's not molded in properly.
Mm-hmm. Straight right down the middle.
Straight right hand lands on Addison's chin, and he goes down 45 seconds into the fight.
That was a bomb right there, man. That was a bomb. See if he takes his time and sets it up.
Using the jab, setting it up. Oh, looking for that right hand.
Don't forget about the body chop.
And this guy got good upper movement, He's moving his head good, but like you said, there we go. Go straight down to the body.
Down, relax, reset.
One thing is the head can move, but the body stays there, So, good overhand.
Man, these guys are coming out flaming. El Toro firing these 1-2 combinations on Addison, kind of ambushing him, Jason, right away here in the first minute and a half of round number 1.
And he switches southpaw. I didn't even know that he switches southpaw.
Lands a left, and down goes Addison again. Second knockdown of the round. We are 2 minutes in, and I don't think Addison's getting up, guys. Oh, he is.
He got up.
It looked like he was ready to call it in. He wasn't moving as the ref hit 6, but he bounces up. 2 minutes gone in the round. He's been down twice.
As the ref, he takes one more big shot. I'm jumping in there. That's no need for him to get hurt. That's it. I'd stop it.
That's it.
Well, night, boys. I'll finish the night with that right there.
And that was a great closing to some great fights. Close the show off great.
Listen, I don't want to interrupt you, Chop. I want to close it up inside the ring when I'm done with the decision. Great working with you guys. Jason, Chop, has been awesome. You guys are amazing. I'll close it up there, but you guys give your final thoughts when I go up there. Okay. We're going to have both of you guys. This is a good combo, man. I love it. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you guys for having us. It was a great night. I hope you guys enjoyed it as much as we did. Here, better than front row seats, being able to get some sweat on us and all of that. Up close and personal, man, it was great. It was great being here.
Great night of fights. Everybody's walking out healthy, which is the most important for me, but everybody got their money worth. Everybody came to fight. No one laid down. I like this format that Dave's doing with all these 4-round fights because it does bring the action. It does bring the crowd, too. With 4-round fights, you get more people in here.
Yes, sir.
More crowd, more support. I like how Dave's building this organically. He's doing it the right way. Teaming up with Robert, is a blessing right there, too. And not only is the sky is the limit for a lot of these up-and-coming prospects that we saw today, but the sky's the limit for House of Pain Promotions.
No
Robert
doubt,
Garcia.
no doubt, and the way that they even got to they even got to throw in the exhibition fight, and
love that.
Even if they can maybe even throw in some more, you know, it's gonna encourage and motivate the kids even more, you know, to be able to be on this card, you know, it's gonna make them want to train harder, all of that, and be able to get the feel of the bright lights, being able to feel what it feels like to fight professionally, you know.
I love.
Ladies and gentlemen, official time. 1 minute, 42 seconds of round number 1. Your winner by way of knockout. He is still undefeated from Windomar, California, Noel Hernandez.
Chop, this is a great venue to hold events in. And I think anybody that's a part of this event should be very grateful.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of House of Pain, Robert Garcia Boxing Academy, and Soboba Casino, we wish you a very good night. We thank you for coming to War in the Empire 3. Look out for War in the Empire 4 real soon. Thank you.
We're going to get Ralph down.